Chapter 1185. Chu Yang didn't expect Chingong and Qin Yutong to actually be promoted to Pavilion Masters after he left. Pavilion Masters. Did this guy bump his butt against the seats when he was sitting on them? A knowing smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. Let the fun begin. You wish to see our Pavilion Masters? The two guards sized him up from head to toe. With their nostrils up, they snorted disdainfully and shook their heads. Line up over there. Line up. Chu Yang was taken aback. Why? Didn't it work after he said his name? Are they rebelling? Nonsense. You want to see our Pavilion Masters without lining up? The guards looked at Chu Yang as if he were a country bumpkin. You must have just come out from the mountains, right? Huh. Chu Yang stared blankly. What the heck? I actually need to line up to see Chingong. Just look at it. The two guards laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can see our Pavilion Masters just because you want to? Do you see? As they spoke, they gestured to the side with their mouths. Stunned, Chu Yang turned to look. Sure enough, there was a square at the side. In the square, there was a statue of a man 100 feet tall, shining with golden light all over. This statue was really majestic and full of murderous intent. It was obviously made of gold, but it was painted black gold. The sword in its hand shone with golden light, as if it wanted to split the sky in half. A black cape fluttered behind it. One foot was on the ground, while the other was raised and stepped forward. It looked like it was ready to step through mountains of swords and seas of fire. There was a hideous and terrifying mask on its face, as if the king of hell had just emerged from the netherworld. It was eerie and frightening. There were quite a number of people standing and waiting under the statue. Most of them were actually wearing official robes. From the looks of it, they weren't of low quality. Do you see that? The guard lectured. So many court officials have to line up here to see the two Pavilion Masters. You actually want to see them the moment you arrive? Chu Yang rubbed his nose and asked curiously, who is this statue? It looks so powerful. The guard's eyes widened at once. He stuttered. Are you still from this world? You actually don't know our Minister Chu? Minister Chu? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, Minister Chu, the bearded imperial bodyguard said. This is the statue of King of Hell Chu, whose name shakes the world. Butian Pavilion's only Minister Chu, and Iron Cloud Empire's King Chu, who is on par with the Emperor. Chu Yang was dumbstruck. So, it's King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu, Prince Chu. Since you are so young and honest, and your surname is also Chu, I will tell you about Minister Chu's power. Listen carefully, you country bumpkin. Imperial bodyguard, who had obviously been standing guard for a long time, and was bored out of his mind. So, he had become a chatterbox. It was rare to meet an idiot who didn't even know who Minister Chu was. Minister Chu took control of Butian Pavilion, and in just one day he caught tens of thousands of spies in Iron Cloud. He cleaned up thousands of officials and laid the foundation of Iron Cloud Empire that will never be uprooted. When the current emperor was still a grand emperor, he and Minister Chu became sworn brothers. After that, Minister Chu went to Great Zhao alone, with the strength of one person, sweeping away Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department. Then he fought a bloody battle and broke through the encirclement of Great Zhao's 30 million soldiers. He fought non-stop for 18,500 miles. He killed more than 10 million enemies. He killed until the clear sky turned blood red. Then he returned to Iron Cloud safe and sound. He immediately organized a decisive battle with the number 1 traitor Duwu Qing Ro on the battlefield. Imperial bodyguard whose saliva flew everywhere. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide. So awesome. Of course. Damn, don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. Imperial bodyguard who continued. In that decisive battle, Iron Cloud was at a disadvantage. But when Minister Chu arrived, he reversed the situation in an instant. He was dressed in black with a mask on his face. He was wielding a 30 feet long thunder and lightning saber. He was riding a chasing wind lightning horse. In just one breath, he rushed into the enemy's formation. The enemy was shocked. They said, "King of Hell Chu is here. Everyone run." It was too late. Since Minister Chu had arrived, how could he let them escape? Therefore, Minister Chu swung his saber. With one slash, the entire mountain peak was cut in half. After the battle, according to the statistics of the Military Affairs Department, there were 787 people killed. A total of 7,887 people were beheaded, and 13,415 people were severed at the waist. One slash, just one slash, and more than 20 million people died a violent death. Ah, you did not calculate incorrectly. 20,000 people were killed by Minister Chu. More than 1,000 people were scared to death by that one slash. After the battle, 80 million soldiers of Great Zhao died a violent death. Thus, our Iron Cloud Empire was conquered in one battle. Minister Chu's contributions are higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Chu Yang's hair stood on end as he listened. This does not seem to be talking about me. Why is it getting more and more confusing? Not to mention then, even now, to kill 20,000 people with one slash. It seems that I am still far from that. Unfortunately, such a peerless hero was punished by the heavens because he killed too many people. Not long after the battle, he became seriously ill and passed away. Before he left his side and said, "This old man has killed more than 70 million people in his life. Today, I have suffered the wrath of the heavens. I have no regrets, even if I die. Finished speaking, I can rest in peace." Chu Yang's whole body was covered in goosebumps. He could not help but shiver. More than 70 million? He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Old man? This Minister Chu is an old man? Dehu stared and said, "What do you think?" Chu Yang was a little dizzy. He covered his temples with his hands and groaned. What happened after that? After that, His Majesty the Emperor recognized his merits and conferred him the title of king equal to one word. Outside of Butian Pavilion, he gathered 100,000 taels of gold and erected a statue of the minister for the world to admire. His Majesty said Butian Pavilion was established because of Minister Chu. Minister Chu also died for Iron Cloud. Since the beginning of Butian Pavilion, there has only been one minister. After thousands of years, Butian Pavilion will not have a second minister. Therefore, from then on, the leader of Butian Pavilion became a pavilion master. Dehu's saliva flew everywhere as he finally finished speaking. Chu Yang was already dizzy from listening to all this. He felt as if there were golden claps of thunder above his head. He finally understood what hearsay was and what it meant to be fearful of gossip. He felt a pushing force on his back. He was already being pushed toward the statue of Minister Chu. Go over there and wait." At this moment, people shouted and horses neighed. In the distance, a group of honor guards with dazzling sabers and spears could be seen. Their armor shone brightly as they strode over. The men were like tigers, and the horses were like dragons. What a valiant group of soldiers! The one in the lead rode on his horse valiantly and spiritedly. His eyes were narrowed, and his expression was cold. A wisp of goatee hung high in front of his chest. He rode on his horse, just like that. His hands were not holding the reins. Just like that, his hands were tucked into his sleeves. From head to toe, he exuded an aura of being 1,000 miles away. Along the way, immediately, someone among the officials shouted, "Pavilion Master Cheng! Pavilion Master, Lord Pavilion Master, I have something to report. Pavilion Master Cheng, I have an important matter to discuss with you." Cheng Yang's face was as red as a jujube. His eyelids drooped, and he didn't look askance at all. When he reached the door, the horse stopped automatically. An official had already rushed over and knelt down under the saddle. With both hands on the ground, he straightened his back. He said obsequiously, "Pavilion Master, please get off the horse." Only then did Chang'an raise his eyebrows. He glanced at this person and said dispassionately, "Lord Han, I don't think this is very appropriate. It's my honor." This Lord Han nodded like a lapdog, revealing an extremely obsequious smile. Chang'an nodded dispassionately. "All right." With a tilt of his body, he stepped accurately on the spine of this Lord Han. Then he slowly dismounted from the horse. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This Chang'an, he actually became like this? He's acting like a tyrant. He's already a martial king. Yet he still has to step on someone else when he dismounts? After Chang'an got off the horse, he shouted, "Guards!" At once, 2 guards in black ran over. They bowed and stood at attention. "Pavilion Master, take this Lord Han to the authorities and remove his crown. Throw him into jail and start an investigation immediately." Chang'an didn't even raise his head or open his eyes. He actually knelt in front of me and asked me to get off the horse. This kind of person will do anything to achieve his goals. If he becomes an official, he will definitely cause trouble. We must investigate carefully. The guards acknowledged the order. They picked up Lord Han, who was already trembling all over and whose eyes had rolled back, and left. Along the way, cries of "innocent" could be heard continuously. Everyone knew that this Lord Han was finished. With his hands behind his back, Chang'an stood in front of the door of Butian Pavilion. His eyes swept across the crowd authoritatively. He said dispassionately, "Everyone, is there anyone who has any objections to my actions?" At once, everyone was singing his praises. "Pavilion Master Cheng is right. Pavilion Master is wise. Pavilion Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. He's finally found the black sheep today." Chang'an stroked his beard and smiled, immensely pleased with himself. At this moment, someone said, "Pavilion Master Cheng, how awe-inspiring." Chang'an snorted and looked over from the corner of his eyes. "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, his words were stuck in his throat. His mouth was wide open like that of a dying catfish unable to close. His gaze met a young man in black, standing there with his hands behind his back. He was looking at him with a half-smile. The expression on his face and in his eyes were thought-provoking. Chang'an was stunned. By this time, the crowd was already in an uproar. Everyone was scolding this rude fellow. Where did this bastard come from? He really doesn't know the rules. Beat him to death. Throw his corpse into the wilderness. Chop him into pieces. Exterminate his clan. However, by this time, Pavilion Master Cheng's face had already turned into a dye house. It turned from rosy to pale white, then to bright red, then to a waxy yellow, and then to a ghastly white again. Droplets of sweat dripped down then. Amidst the angry curses of the crowd, Pavilion Master Cheng rushed over as if his butt was on fire. He actually bent his back and took small, quick steps. There was surprise and flattery on his face, as well as some disbelief. He rushed all the way to Chuyang. He paused for a moment, looked up, and suddenly burst into tears. "You, Lord! Lord, it's really you!" Ah! The authoritative Pavilion Master fell to his knees with a thud. He hugged the legs of the man in black with both hands, tears and snot flowing out of his eyes. Everyone was dumbstruck at this moment. Chapter 1186. Looking at Pavilion Master Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, hugging the other party's leg and bawling his eyes out like a child, everyone was collectively petrified. Everyone's mouths were agape, feeling as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Their eyeballs were bouncing around. Who was Pavilion Master Cheng? Pavilion Master Cheng was the Pavilion Master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, which was independent of the government. He supervised all the officials in the world. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the flying generals of Long Qingfei, Tai Long Cheng, and the Iron Royal Uncle had to be courteous to Pavilion Master Cheng. Even when Pavilion Master Cheng met the current emperor, he wouldn't be so fawning and ingratiating, much less kneeling on the ground and bawling like a child. Who exactly was this young man? The eyes of the two guards at the door were so wide that they were about to pop out. Oh my God! What kind of ferocious person was this? And I actually shut this ferocious person out just now. With a helpless look on his face, Chuyang said softly, "Get up quickly. What are you doing like this?" "I won't get up. I won't get up." Pavilion Master Chen cried and yelled, his voice choked and extremely sorrowful. Sob, sob, sob. "I won't get up even if I die." Everyone was completely petrified. With a thud, an elderly official couldn't take such a strong shock anymore. Blood rushed to his head and his heart stopped beating. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed stiffly onto the ground. There was a moment of panic. Someone hurried over to carry this old official away for treatment. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the main entrance. A lean figure dashed out at lightning speed. "What's going on?" It was the other pavilion master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Qin Yutong. Pavilion Master Qin. Pavilion Master Qin strode out quickly. The first thing he saw was Pavilion Master Qin kneeling in front of someone, crying bitterly. His eyes widened the moment he took a closer look. Then he rubbed his eyes and then rubbed them again. Then he shook his head violently, turned around, and knocked his head against the wall. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed into the wall. Then he turned around and stared blankly at that young man. As he stared, his eyes filled with tears. Then he buried his head in his hands and bawled loudly. This set of movements was like a person who suddenly had an epileptic abscess and a mole. Then, with tears in her eyes, she rushed over and knelt down with a plop. She hugged the other leg of the young man and cried loudly, "You lord! My lord! You're back, you're back!" A strange sound came from everyone's mouth. Someone couldn't bear it and fainted. The two imperial bodyguards at the entrance felt their bodies go soft. 2 puddles of mud slid down the doorpost. Their eyes were staring blankly, and their heads were sweating profusely. Heavens! This time, I really have to go back and see the doctor. Was I scared out of my wits today? Get up quickly. Chuyang frowned. I came here secretly. You guys hearing this? Qingong immediately jumped up and roared. Someone come! Detain everyone at the scene. Don't even let a rat's hair go. With a whoosh, hundreds of heaven-mending pavilion's martial artists immediately formed a large circle and captured everyone within the circle. Take them into the courtyard. Including yourselves, no one is allowed to come out. Chang'ong waved his hand. Executioners, get ready. If necessary, kill everyone to silence them. Everyone jumped in fright at once. Chuyang was also shocked. Wait, it's not that serious. Then detain them first. Chang'ong immediately changed his order. Then he and Qin Yutong bowed respectfully and invited Chuyang in like a bodhisattva. Their waists were bent so low that their foreheads were almost touching the ground. Qin Yutong walked behind them and asked the 2 imperial bodyguards in a low voice, "What did this guest say just now?" One of the imperial bodyguards was sweating profusely. Even his eyes were a little dazed. He stammered, His surname is Chu, his name is Chuyang. He requests to see the 2 pavilion masters." Qin Yutong nodded and waved his hand. "Take these 2 people down. Detain them. Without my orders, don't let them go. Since the minister said that his whereabouts must be kept secret, then not even the slightest bit of information must be leaked. If necessary, these 1,000-odd people would all be killed to silence them. We're innocent. Pavilion Master." The 2 imperial bodyguards hurriedly knelt down and begged, but a few martial artists had already come over and tied them up and brought them in. Qin Yutong waved his hand and summoned the imperial bodyguards who were changing shifts. "If a single word of what happened today is leaked, the 2 of you can kill your entire families first, then commit suicide." The 2 new imperial bodyguards were scared out of their wits. What the fuck? It's not even time to change shifts yet, and they're already changing us. They were just feeling aggrieved when they heard such words. What happened today? This sentence was a bit too fierce. In front of Butian Pavilion, peace was restored. At Butian Pavilion, the three people who had reunited after a long time were deeply moved. Chu Yang spent the strength of a camel to stop these two old subordinates from crying. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a long time. Qin Yutong and Qin Yutong had a lot to say. After a long while, Chu Yang pretended to suddenly remember something and brought up the main topic. I heard that His Majesty has an heir. Is it a grand empress? Chang'an said excitedly, yes, it's the empress. She's called Taiyang. She's smart, and cute. It seems that our iron cloud has produced another wise ruler. Taiyang. Murmuring this name, Chu Yang's heart became even more certain. However, looking at this name, it didn't seem too good. It seemed that Tai Butian actually wanted to leave her son in Iron Cloud. Chu Yang pondered. It's a pity that the Empress, sigh. After giving birth to the Empress, she passed away, sigh. Chang'an and Chen Yutong naturally knew Wu Qianqian. They also knew that Miss Qianqian was in love with Minister Chu back then. But Minister Chu never accepted her. Now, when mentioning this matter, they were also a little cautious, Chu Yang sighed. Yes, it's a pity. Both of them felt that Minister Chu's reaction was a little too calm. However, this was a private matter between the two of them. Moreover, Wu Qianqian was already the empress and had already passed away. It didn't seem right to mention it again. After chatting for a long time, Chu Yang finally confirmed one thing after another. Tai Butian really didn't have the intention to acknowledge him. Moreover, her son also didn't have the intention to let him acknowledge his ancestors. This matter had made Minister Chu furious. This be asterisk TCH. Chu Yang slammed the table heavily and scolded through gritted teeth. See if I don't teach her a lesson. Chang'an and Chen Yutong looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. We seem to have been talking about His Majesty just now. Why did Minister Chu suddenly scold a B asterisk TCH? B asterisk T. Who is it? Chang'an cautiously asked. May I ask the minister, who is this immortal, shameful woman? What does it have to do with you? Chu Yang's nostrils flared fiercely. He was furious. You too. How much have your cultivations improved since I left? Obviously, he wanted to change the target. It's over, it's over. The two of them groaned inwardly. Go practice. Minister Chu kicked the table away. Look at how lazy the two of you are. The fat on your body can be boiled into oil enough to feed an entire army. Each of you carry a 500-kilogram rock on your back and run 100 rounds around Butian Pavilion. The two pavilion masters' faces turned bitter at once. Now that they were back and reunited after a long separation, they were immediately going to be beaten and scolded. With bitter expressions, the two pavilion masters went to receive their punishment. Then everyone in Butian Pavilion discovered something so strange that their jaws dropped. The two pavilion masters, who usually lived like princes, were each carrying a huge rock the size of a small mountain on their backs. They were sweating profusely and running like old cows round and round at night. Chang'an prepared a sumptuous banquet to welcome Chu Yang back. Chu Yang pondered for an entire afternoon. He thought so hard that his head hurt, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. He sat at the banquet with a dark face. The two of them carefully accompanied him, their hearts beating wildly. Old Chin, why don't you drink less? It's your turn to attend morning court tomorrow morning. Chang'an reminded Qin Yutong. It's nothing. When Minister Chu is back, I'll drink with him, even if His Majesty has to behead me. Qin Yutong replied, heroically, his hands on his back. What, morning court? Chu Yang was startled. He turned and asked, Yes. Since when did Butian Pavilion start holding morning court? Chu Yang frowned. The two pavilion masters looked at each other, both feeling that this question wasn't easy to answer. Will His Majesty attend morning court as well? Chu Yang asked with a frown. Of course His Majesty will attend. Cheng Ong was very puzzled by the minister's words. If His Majesty didn't attend, how could it be called morning court? That's great. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Chen Yutong, don't worry and drink. I'll attend the morning court tomorrow. You'll go? The two pavilion masters' faces lit up at once. Then, realization dawned on them. Minister, Chu wants to give His Majesty a surprise? Chu Yang grinned. Yes, a surprise. I want to give His Majesty a big, big, big surprise. Minister Chu had emphasized the word pleasant surprise in his speech. Even his expression was a little sinister. Cheng Ong and Chin Yutong were a little unsettled. Minister, Chu couldn't have come back to assassinate His Majesty, could he? That shouldn't be possible. The two of them took a closer look and saw that apart from the sinister expression on Minister Chu's face, there was actually a lewd smile at the corners of his mouth. The two of them shuddered. They looked at each other with tacit understanding and lowered their heads to drink and eat. Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. This was an old adage. Dawn. Chu Yang was dressed in a black robe, looking drunk. He wore the traditional mask of Butian Pavilion on his face and sat in a large palanquin with 8 carriers. Amidst the sounds of eat, eat, eat of the palanquin bearers, he walked majestically all the way to the morning court. The morning court was held in the Heavenly Sun Hall. It sounded like His Majesty had changed it after he ascended the throne. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yang felt somewhat better. When he reached the front of the hall, he saw that the military officials were already waiting in groups. Chu Yang coughed and walked in with a majestic gait. Instantly, he brought with him the smell of alcohol. All the military officials in the hall looked askance. But this was the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion. Who dared to say a word about him? After a moment, the sound of ceremonial guards rang out. Melodious music of musical instruments rang out. A sharp voice shouted, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Pa! Everyone hurried forward to welcome him. Chu Yang looked up and saw a bright yellow ceremonial guard slowly approaching from afar. On the palanquin was a person dressed in bright yellow clothes and wearing a crown. His face was like jade and his eyes were calm and dignified. Naturally, he carried with him an unparalleled aura of power that could conquer the world. The world in his hands, the mountains and rivers in his heart, the wind and clouds in his grasp, and the nation in his chest. The sovereign descends to the world. Chapter 1187. Amidst the cheers of the officials, Tai Batian slowly got down from the imperial chariot. Her eyes swept across the crowd, and she said softly, Rise. The officials thanked her and stood up, but there was one person who didn't kneel. Chu Yang leaned against a pillar in the main hall and looked at Tai Batian. He snorted inwardly. You want me to kneel to you? Humph. However, after not seeing him for almost 2 years, this young emperor had obviously changed from the past. He was still young and handsome. He was still tall and straight. Compared to the past, he was more graceful and less immature. His every move was already natural. Tai Batian didn't think that Chu Yang, who was pretending to be Pavilion Master Cheng, didn't kneel and greet her. The officials were also used to it. It turned out that the pavilion masters of Butian Pavilion had this privilege. Once they entered the Golden Hall, they represented Minister Chu and didn't have to kneel, who in Iron Cloud didn't respect King of Hell Chu. Under the imperial family's relentless promotion, Minister Chu had already become the savior of the entire Iron Cloud. Not kneeling in front of the emperor, what was wrong with that? That was only right. Even if it was only on behalf of Minister Chu, they definitely couldn't lower their heads to anyone. Tai Batian strode forward, getting nearer and nearer. Chu Yang was suddenly at a loss. This was clearly a man. Was it really a woman? Minister Chu looked at Tai Batian and sized her up carefully. The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. She had an Adam's apple. She didn't have a chest. Her waist wasn't very thin, and her hips weren't round either, apart from the lack of facial hair, no matter how one looked at her. She was a man. Chu Yang muttered inwardly. Wu Qianqian definitely wouldn't lie to me. But what was going on now? Could it be that this *TCH had been pretending to be a man for too long? Had half of him also become a man? Minister Chu sized her up with a sneaky look. Tai Batian walked to the front of the officials. Suddenly, her eyes swept over them, and she said gently, "Prime Minister Wang, I heard that you're sick. Why aren't you resting at home? I wanted to visit you after the morning court assembly today, but I didn't expect to see you here. Prime Minister is already advanced in age. You need to take care of yourself." Prime Minister Wang said gratefully, "Your Majesty, you are so concerned about the affairs of the state, but you still remember my illness. I am so grateful." "How could I dare to delay the affairs of the state?" Tai Batian sighed. He said, "Yesterday we have already prepared the corresponding medicine and prescription. Later, after the morning court session, I'll send an imperial physician to the Prime Minister's residence to treat the Prime Minister." The monarch was so compassionate towards his subordinates that all the officials felt the same way. All of them looked at Prime Minister Wang with envy. Some of their eyes were already wet. Tai Batian was calm and amiable. Along the way, she exchanged a few pleasantries with a few officials, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The morning court assembly had not yet begun, but the atmosphere of loyalty and patriotism was already thick and strong. Tai Batian was walking forward. Suddenly, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Following the smell, she saw the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion, dressed in black, leaning against a pillar in the corridor, looking like he was still drunk. The two pavilion masters of heaven, Mending Pavilion, had always taken turns to attend court. Yesterday it was Chang'an. Of course, it was Qin Yutong today. "Pavilion Master Cheng, were you drunk last night?" the emperor asked jokingly. Tai Batian had always treasured these two old subordinates that Chu Yang had left behind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them so much preferential treatment. "Yes, I was drunk," Chu Yang said vaguely. He thought to himself, drunk from anger. Tai Batian turned and said, "Give Pavilion Master Cheng a bowl of hangover soup." Immediately an attendant agreed. Not long after, a bowl of thick hangover soup was brought over. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He took it and gulped it down. This kind of treatment made the eyes of all the military officials green with envy. Butian Pavilion was indeed impressive. Tai Batian finally walked to the dragon throne. Facing the south, he sat down slowly. After a round of formalities, the court assembly began. Chu Yang shrank to the side and listened. The more he listened, the more bored he became. It was nothing more than a drought in the east, a flood in the west, bandits in the north, a lack of officials in the south. Which one was appointed? Which one was appointed? Which one was corrupt? Which one was praised for benefiting the people? Other than that, it was about the impeachment of officials. The censors and censors came out one by one to make their statements. Then there would be rebuttals from the opposing side. Then there would be a war of words between both sides, and so on and so forth. Chu Yang couldn't help but yawn as he listened. Thankfully, he wasn't the emperor. If he had to face these things every day, he might have long had a mental breakdown. But Tai Batian sat upright on the dragon throne. His attitude was serious as he reviewed each and every one of them and replied seriously. He was extremely serious. He gave a clear answer to each and every one of them. There were only a few items that were suppressed. With the emperor being so serious and serious, how would the officials dare to be negligent? Of course, they were even more energized. They were afraid that His Majesty would catch a glimpse of their negligence. If that happened, they would be in for a great deal of joy. This was also the main reason why the efficiency of the Iron Cloud Empire's officials was especially high. The emperor was smart, diligent, and discerning. The officials didn't dare to be negligent, and as they went down, they became stricter and stricter. Even as a first-grade official, he had to work day and night. How could the people below him not be more efficient? And so, the results were very obvious. Only after 3 hours did these trivial matters come to an end. Immediately after, they began to study the border matters and the problems of governance. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. And at this time the sun actually shone into the hall at a slanted angle. Finally, Tai Batian received a cup of tea from a palace maid and took a sip. Then she asked dispassionately, "Pavilion Master Chin, during this period of time, how's the matter regarding the supervision of all the officials in the world coming along?" Chu Yang was drowsy. Hearing this, he hurriedly stood up straight. Tai Batian smiled and said, "Butian Pavilion has always been very effective in rectifying the governance of the officials. Some time ago, we rectified the 2 directions in the east and south, respectively. There were some problems that even I was shocked by. Counting the days, the report from the northwest should have arrived by now." Chu Yang wiped his saliva and stared blankly for a while. Then he said, "About this, I forgot." He didn't disguise these few words, but used his original accent. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes were as sharp as knives. This bastard, relying on Her Majesty's favor, how dare he be so rude? On the other side, an official with a head full of white hair was furious. It was that Prime Minister Wang. He said loudly and shakily, "Pavilion Master Chin, what do you mean by this? Her Majesty trusts you, and that's why she entrusted you with the important task of supervising all the officials in the world. How dare you be so inattentive? This is a matter of national importance. This is—" He was so angry that he was shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak. Someone at the side, perhaps trying to smooth things over or add fuel to the fire, said lightly, "Pavilion Master Chin is drunk. It's not surprising that he forgot. Why is Prime Minister Wang so angry?" Prime Minister Wang was even more furious. How can a matter of national importance be ruined by alcohol? No matter how prestigious Butian Pavilion is, it can't be so ridiculous. It was obvious that this group of people led by Prime Minister Wang was an important member of the opposition to Butian Pavilion. However, when Tai Batian heard Chu Yang's words, her body trembled slightly. 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed across her eyes. She stared intently at this Pavilion Master Chin, who exuded a languid aura and reeked of alcohol. She said slowly, "Pavilion Master Chin, what did you say just now?" "I didn't understand." Everyone could tell from her words that Her Majesty seemed to be restraining something with all her might. Everyone was guessing that in the next moment the heavens would probably shake and blood would flow like a river. This monarch was very decisive in killing people. Even if you, Qin Yutong, were a pavilion master of Butian Pavilion, it was ultimately because of King of Hell Chu that you were able to attain such a position. Now that you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although everyone looked serious on the surface, they were actually gloating. "Cough, cough." Chu Yang coughed and cleared his throat. He raised his head and looked at Tai Batian with clear eyes. He said slowly, "Your Majesty, you didn't hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again. What I said just now was, Well, I forgot about that." This sentence was practically adding fuel to the fire. Too arrogant, too presumptuous. This was not the attitude a subject should have when speaking to Her Majesty. At once, the hall was in an uproar. All the officials were filled with rage. All of them wanted Pavilion Master Chin Yutong to be removed from his post and investigated. They wanted him to be thrown into the imperial prison and executed by 1,000 cuts. Everyone jumped out, all of them very agitated, especially Prime Minister Wang and the others. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. They all went forward and knelt down. We implore your majesty to immediately execute this fatherless traitor. Chun Yutong's disrespect to your majesty is a capital offense. No matter what, he cannot be pardoned. From the beginning to the end, after Tai Butian heard Chu Yang's words, she suddenly froze on the spot. Her eyes stared fixedly at Chu Yang's black-robed figure. Her hands gripped the armrests of the dragon throne so tightly that the veins on her hands were popping out. Her entire body was trembling slightly. This voice was not Qin Yutong's. This voice was his. When her eyes met the clear gaze behind the mask, Tai Butian's mind buzzed, and she only felt waves of dizziness. After a long while, she finally closed her eyes weakly and waved her hands. Court dismissed. Pavilion Master Qin, stay. Your Majesty! All the officials exclaimed. They never expected Her Majesty to be so angry that she actually dismissed the court session immediately. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. I said dismiss the court session. Tai Butian slammed the table. All of you leave. The heavenly might shook the entire hall. All the officials didn't dare to say a word. Even Prime Minister Wang, who had been kneeling for a long time just now, hurriedly got up. At this point, they definitely couldn't go against Her Majesty. They would really die. All of you, leave as well. Tai Butian shouted to the palace maids and servants. Leave together with the guards. Yes. In an instant, only 2 people were left in the hall. The current emperor, Tai Butian, and this fake pavilion Master Qin. Chapter 1188. Chu Yang opened and closed his mouth. A few words circled around in his heart, but he still swallowed them back in the end. He smiled and said, Your Majesty's eyes are really sharp. I was just joking with Your Majesty. I didn't expect Your Majesty to recognize me with just one sentence. Tai Butian laughed. Her voice trembled somewhat uncontrollably. Chu Yang's eyes were fixed on the changes in Tai Butian's expression. Her eyes seemed to have reddened, but they returned to normal in an extremely short period of time. The agitation in the depths of her eyes was still uncontrollable, but she could already hide her emotions very well. A long career as an emperor, coupled with the difficulties and hardships in the early days, had already tempered this intelligent woman's nerves as strong as iron. Especially when she was wearing this imperial robe, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. It was already the first time she had been so agitated just now. Chu Yang smiled and reached out to take off his mask. Looking at this face that had appeared in her dreams countless times, Tai Butian's heart ached. She almost wanted to rush up to him, hug him tightly, and tell him how much she missed him. But this crazy thought was immediately forcibly suppressed by herself. What was Chu Yang thinking now? Did he know or not? Was he purely here to visit a friend? Or Tai Butian's heart was extremely complicated. For a moment, thousands of thoughts flitted across her mind. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. At this moment, she actually didn't dare to face Chu Yang. Opposite her, Chu Yang was also forcing himself to calm down. He was also thinking constantly, what should I do? She wasn't going to make it clear herself. Besides, she didn't intend to let him know about the child. Either should I make it clear now? Or should I beat around the bush first? Or should I use other methods? If I really make this girl anxious, the child will be even more hopeless. Minister Chu's heart was also in a mess. For a moment, both of them were actually stunned. After a long while, Tai Butian looked away without leaving a trace. She laughed heartily and said, Minister Chu, haven't you already transformed into a divine dragon and left the heaven? Why did you think of it today? Are you here to visit this old friend of mine? She turned her head again, her eyes somewhat playful. Or are you just passing by? Just visiting me in passing? Chu Yang also smiled in a relaxed manner and said, Your Majesty, you must be joking. I've come to visit an old friend. So, I've obviously made a special trip. How can it be that I'm just passing by? Wouldn't that be letting down the feelings between us? Although Chu Yang's tone was very flat, and he didn't deliberately emphasize it. When Tai Butian heard the words "the feelings between us," her heart was filled with emotions. His heart still skipped a beat. She blurted out, "The feelings between us?" Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, "His Majesty, it can't be after he becomes the emperor. Have you forgotten about your old friend? You've even forgotten the many times we've gone through fire and water together?" Tai Butian chuckled. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his eyes as he said, "Minister Chu really knows how to joke. Ha ha! Could it be that in Minister Chu's heart I am the kind of person who would turn hostile?" Chu Yang smiled mischievously. "Your Majesty's words reminded me of a saying, a story about forgetting one's feelings." Tai Butian smiled and asked, "What story?" Chu Yang smiled. He shook his head. "Forget it. It's a little indecent, especially in front of you, the ruler of a country. It's a little inappropriate." Tai Butian burst into laughter. "Since when did Minister Chu start to talk about propriety in front of me? But this story was brought up by my topic. How can I not listen to it?" Chu Yang asked, "Is your Majesty sure you want to listen?" Tai Butian nodded heavily. "I must," Chu Yang said helplessly. "Since that's the case, I'll tell your Majesty. It's said that there was a patrolling soldier from the city guards who took a fancy to a popular lady in a brothel. Even in his dreams, he wanted to get close to her. He started off with a story." Tai Butian blushed slightly and couldn't help but laugh. "You Chu Yang, it's been so long since we last met. You're still so unruly, always telling dirty stories." Chu Yang said, "In that case, does your Majesty still want to listen?" Tai Butian laughed heartily and said, "Why not? You and I are both men. Could it be that you think we are shy?" The emperor's words, whether it was her or Chu Yang, sounded like he was trying to cover up something that only made it more conspicuous. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. "That's right. We're both men. There's indeed nothing to worry about." He continued, "However, although this soldier took a fancy to her, he himself was very poor, and there's no money in places like brothels. He probably couldn't get in. What should we do then?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "Finally he came up with an idea. Every time he patrolled, he would send a bouquet of flowers to the popular lady, but he wouldn't show his face. He patrolled once a day, and he sent flowers continuously for 2 months." Tai Butian smiled and said, "This soldier is really thoughtful." "Yes," Chu Yang said. Finally, after 2 months, the popular lady was moved by his sincerity and specially asked him to meet her. The soldier dressed up and went. After he went, the two of them fell in love with each other. The man wasn't a ruler, and the woman wasn't a chaste woman. Thus, they had an affair and hit it off. Together, they went for an affair. Tai Butian's face was a little red. She laughed dryly and said, "I still don't understand what this has to do with forgetting feelings," Chu Yang said. "I'm not done yet." The two of them hooked up. The soldier had no money, and the lady didn't want it either. Thus they met every day. One day, after their rendezvous, the soldier returned to the camp and received orders to crack down on the brothels. And the target of the soldier's team was the brothel he frequented. That popular lady was also the target. What should we do? Tai Butian asked jokingly. Chu Yang continued to narrate with a straight face. But this soldier is really a ruthless person. He carried out the order meticulously and personally led his men to wipe out the entire brothel in one fell swoop. That girl was one of them. Moreover, it had only been less than 4 hours since he had finished fooling around. "Why?" Tai Butian asked in surprise. "Doesn't he like that lady a lot? Why did he do that?" Chu Yang said with a straight face. This popular lady also asked the same question. She looked at him with grief and indignation and asked, "Are your feelings for me fake? You were still on my bed just now, and now you're here to catch me?" "Yes." How did this bastard soldier answer? Tai Butian was even more puzzled. Chu Yang still had a straight face. He said, "That soldier said, when I took off my pants, I had feelings for you. But now that I've already put on my pants, where would I have feelings for you? What feelings?" Tai Butian couldn't help but smile with a little blush. "Although this soldier is heartless, he's also a wonderful person." She suddenly said angrily, "You said just now that I thought of this matter. Do you mean that I'm this soldier?" Chu Yang blinked. "I didn't say that. Your Majesty said it yourself." Tai Butian couldn't help but blush a little. She was also a little annoyed. She thought of how she had treated his injuries back then. So he pretended that nothing had happened. This seemed to be somewhat similar to the soldiers in the stories, but with a different approach to achieve the same result. She thought of Chu Yang's words. "When I took off my pants, of course I had feelings for you. But now that I've already put on my pants, where would I have feelings for you? Where would I have feelings for you?" She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Back then, when she saved him, didn't she need to take off her pants? Besides, since she was willing to do so, of course she had feelings for him. If she didn't have feelings for him, why would she save him like that? But after she put on her pants, it seemed that she had suppressed that matter. This, no matter how she thought about it. Why did she feel that this guy was talking about her? Her Majesty was a little guilty after all. When she thought of this, besides blushing, she was also doubtful. Could it be that he already knew? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chu Yang. She saw that this guy was beaming with joy. She relaxed and thought to herself, "Looks like this guy just told a dirty joke." Coughing, the Emperor said, "Well, Minister Chu's joke has also sounded the alarm for me. Some law enforcement officers are also like this now. Cough, cough, they're robbers and prostitutes in private, but when it comes to official matters, they turn their backs on others. In the long run, this will cause people to lose their trust. This would also cause the hearts of the people to be divided. It can't be underestimated." Chu Yang felt the same way. He said, "Yes, many brothel girls now say that this bunch of city guards and security forces took off their clothes to mess with us and put on their clothes to catch us. Indeed, the quality of law enforcement officers is the most important thing to improve." Tai Butian sighed and said, "I didn't expect Minister Chu to still worry about the country and the people after leaving for so long." But she was ashamed. This bastard, what kind of shameless and hooligan words is he saying? Just as she was thinking, she saw Chu Yang looking at her seriously and saying, "Your Majesty, you and I are both men. There are some things that we don't have to worry about. We can say whatever we want. Although the story is a little dirty, it's also a kind of truth, right? We're all men." Tai Butian smiled and nodded. The excitement she had when they first met had now turned into another kind of excitement. She wished she could sew this guy's mouth shut. "Who's a man like you?" he heard Chu Yang say, right? "If I'm a hooligan, I'll be a hooligan. If I'm dirty, I'll be dirty, right?" None of them were women, so what was the point of being so bashful? Didn't you see that all of them were good men? Which one of them didn't speak rudely? Which one of them didn't open their mouths and curse? But who can say that they're not men? Not heroes? Tai Butian nodded against her will. "Yes, yes." Chu Yang went forward affectionately and was about to put his arm around Tai Butian's shoulder, as if it was normal for two men to be close brothers when they were together. Tai Butian hurriedly dodged and laughed dryly. "Minister Chu, we're still in the main hall of the palace. I, her, am being inappropriate." Chu Yang said in great puzzlement, "What inappropriate? We're all men. How many times have we gone through fire and water together? What's the big deal about hugging each other?" Second update. Today's monthly votes are so pitiful. At this critical moment, I didn't want to drag it out either. I was just about to explode. Then I took a look. My monthly votes have been pulled down by so many. I wanted to cry at once. Brothers, give me a monthly vote. Let me be happy, won't you? Chapter 1189. Tai Butian almost wanted to hold her head and cry out in pain. Who's a man with you? Don't make it so, that all right. He frowned and said with an embarrassed look on his face. Minister Chu, Brother Chu, I have always strictly adhered to the ancient teachings since I was a child. I have always been serious and self-disciplined. I have never, therefore, I can't accept close physical contact. Can Brother Chu understand? Chu Yang said bluntly, so what? We're all men. You'll get used to it. As he spoke, he reached out to hug her again. Tai Butian took another step back. Brother Chu, please give me some time to get used to it. How about that? Chu Yang seemed to be very disappointed as he said, forget it then. I'll give you time to get used to it. Tai Butian relaxed. Chu Yang continued, anyway, I don't have much to do during this period of time. I'll stay here for 1.5 years and wait for you to get used to it. Tai Butian opened her mouth abruptly. Huh? 1.5 years? Yes. Chu Yang said sincerely, Brother Tai, you don't know. For such a long time, sometimes in my dreams, when I think about how we treated each other wholeheartedly and worked together to create great things, my blood would surge. I can't wait to reunite with you again and drink with you. I often think about how exhilarating that would be. Tai Butian took a breath and said yes. He also evoked memories of the past. Chu Yang said rather emotionally, Your Majesty, we brothers haven't seen each other for many years. This time, let's get together properly. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave. I'll definitely have a good drink with you. You and I brothers shall drink till we're drunk. And then, I heard that there's a hot spring in the palace? Chu Yang revealed a look of longing. He said excitedly, after drinking, let's go to the hot spring. Soak in the pool and we'll be honest with each other. Your Majesty. Haha, you won't be embarrassed, right? Tai Butian's face was pale and she almost couldn't stand. Soak in the pool? Yes. Chu Yang laughed. At night, let's sleep together and talk about our separation. To be honest, I've really missed you all these years. Sleep together. Tai Butian's body swayed. Yes, it's just a bed. Chu Yang explained straightforwardly. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. I won't delay you and your beautiful concubines. With that said, Minister Chu wretchedly winked. You know. I understand. I'm going to beat you to death, you shameless bastard. Tai Butian cursed angrily. For a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. Chu Yang rubbed his hands excitedly. Your Majesty, this old friend of mine has been here for such a long time. You should do something. No matter what, we should at least have a good meal, right? Yes, there's more. Where's senior sister Chan? Chu Yang asked. Is she in the harem? Now that you're the Empress, it's naturally inappropriate for you to show your face. This, you won't be jealous, right? Tai Butian was taken aback. He was just thinking about this. He wondered if Chan had seen Chu Yang in the upper 3 heavens. But when he heard this, he immediately reacted. It seemed that the two of them had not met. He couldn't help but relax inexplicably. He smiled and said, Since Brother Chu has come from afar, I naturally have to treat you well. But, Brother Chu, do you think that there's a lack of food and wine in the palace? Do we need to specially prepare food for you? Chu Yang smacked his forehead. I'm confused. Sigh, I'm used to wandering the martial world alone. Tai Butian smiled lightly and said, As for the Empress, cough, cough. At this point, he suddenly hesitated. What should he say? Wu Qianqian had already gone to the upper 3 heavens to look for Chu Yang. Chu Yang had left from here. As long as he went to the upper 3 heavens, the two of them would be able to meet. Therefore, the so-called Empress is dead could not be said. But, if he didn't say it, how could he explain that Wu Qianqian wasn't in the palace now? He had no choice but to change the topic. Brother Chu, let's go. I'll take you out for a meal. Let's have a good drink. Chu Yang smiled and said, Okay. The two of them walked out side by side. Both of them had ulterior motives. Along the way, they actually didn't speak much. There were still many officials waiting outside the hall. Tai Butian directly issued a decree to suspend court for 3 days. No one was to be seen. To put it simply, don't bother me if there's nothing. Don't bother me if there's anything. But after issuing this decree, Tai Butian immediately regretted it. Was his head kicked by a donkey? Not going to court for 3 days was obviously to accompany this scoundrel. But how was he going to accompany him? This guy would get touchy at the drop of a hat, and he even wanted to get drunk? And be honest with him? And sleep with his feet touching? This was really going to kill him. Imperial Garden on the stone table. This place was spacious and had a panoramic view of the surroundings. This was a place that Tai Butian, the emperor, had specially chosen to drink with Chu Yang. Here, so many people could see. He couldn't possibly go crazy drunk, right? But the emperor had obviously underestimated the thickness of Chu Yang's skin. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Minister Chu was obviously a little tongue-tied. His eyes were also a little blurry. He was in high spirits and talked about everything. When he was happy, he even stood up and gesticulated. Tai Butian sighed inwardly. In the past, when they were together, the situation was tense. Life and death were decided in an instant. There wasn't much opportunity to drink. Only today did he know that Chu Yang's alcohol tolerance was really not that good. Your Majesty, do you still remember Diwu Qingru? Chu Yang gulped down another 3 or 4 cups. It was obvious that the minister was very happy, very excited, and very much in the mood to talk. Diwu Qingru? What's wrong? Diwu Qingru. It's that big battle we had back then. Minister Chu was obviously drunk and described unsteadily. The palace maid serving around all looked at this strange guest of the emperor with strange eyes. They all frowned. How could it be so noisy in the palace? How could our emperor have such a friend? At this moment, Chu Yang waved his hand drunkenly and said to a palace maid, "You come here. Pour the wine." The palace maid was holding a wine jar in her hands. Hearing this, she hurried over. But when she bent down to pour the wine, Minister Chu pinched her face and touched it. She couldn't help but cry out. Chu Yang laughed strangely. He twirled the jar with his fingers and sniffed it. So fragrant, so smooth, haha. Tai Butian was so angry that her face turned red. She slammed the table. "What are you doing?" Chu Yang looked sideways and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, I say, brother, what's wrong with you?" "She's just a little palace maid. What's the big deal?" Tai Butian said angrily, "How can a hero take liberties with women and children?" "To hell with being a hero." Chu Yang snorted and said, "Your Majesty, haha, you're the emperor now. 3 palaces, 72 concubines, beautiful women in your harem. Haha, your brothers fought bloody battles and went through untold hardships to conquer the country for you. But you're still single now." Tai Butian was stunned. "We won't be jealous even if you enjoy all the luck with women. But you're the emperor. You should at least be a little humane, right?" Chu Yang was drunk. He said with a lisp, "Can you really bear to do that? Do you have any idea how long I've been living as a bachelor? When I eat, the pot and stove are cold. When I sleep, I can't fall asleep." His breath reeked of alcohol. "You, on the other hand, have a beautiful woman waiting on you. Now that I pinched this little girl's face, you're unhappy?" Tai Butian's face turned green. "Brother Chu, you know that's not what I meant. I'm just joking. Look at how anxious you are." Chu Yang's expression changed really quickly. He saw Tai Butian's sudden anger and reprimand just now. The anger just now was definitely not because I took liberties with a palace maid. Instead, it was a little hysterical. She was probably jealous. "Oh, jealous? As long as you don't surrender to me, I'll make you jealous enough. We've drunk enough wine. Let's go to the hot spring." Minister Chu stood up slightly, trembling. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Tai Butian said, I'll get the servants to bring you there. I'll go back and rest for a while. Dizzy? Don't worry, I'll be fine after soaking in the hot spring. Chu Yang said and waved his hand. Actually, I often feel dizzy too. But as long as I take off all my clothes and soak in the hot spring, I'll feel much better. Let's go, let's go. Your Majesty, you must believe me. Soaking in the hot spring, you must have someone to accompany you. Soaking and chatting at the same time is really enjoyable. Tai Butian complained in her heart. Enjoyment? If I really soak in the hot spring with you, then you'll really be enjoying yourself. This bastard. Yes, it's like this. Tai Butian rolled her eyes and said, Brother Chu, it's like this. I just had a child. Yes, the little fellow wants me to accompany him to take a nap every morning. He's probably already anxious by now and is crying nonstop. Her, the little fellow has a bad temper. As a parent, sigh. This is also the pitiful heart of a parent. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In that instant, there was actually some dazzling light. Really? Then I must go and take a look. Haha, Brother Tai, your child will definitely be good. Tai Butian muttered in her heart. What do you mean by your child will definitely be good? But this doubt was then crushed by panic. Tai Butian was flustered. Oh no, he's going to see the child. What should I do? For a moment, she actually couldn't help but want to smack herself on the mouth. Who asked you to spout nonsense? Who asked you to speak without thinking? Great, now you've gotten yourself into trouble. If Chu Yang were to see this child, whose appearance was as if cast from the same mold as his, how could he not be suspicious? Go, go, go. Let's go and take a look. Chu Yang was in high spirits. Isn't your child as good as my child? How can I not see my child? Ha! Bring me to see this little one. I've even brought a lot of gifts for our first meeting. Tai Butian was even more perplexed. Isn't your child as good as my child? How can I not see my child? These words seemed strange no matter how she listened to them. Chapter 1190. Chu Yang's strength was much stronger than Tai Butian's. How could Tai Butian resist? She was actually dragged by him and stumbled all the way. After taking 7 or 8 steps, Tai Butian suddenly shook off Chu Yang's hand and stood there motionless. Chu Yang turned back in surprise and asked, What's wrong? Tai Butian stood there, her body trembling slightly. Looking at Chu Yang, she asked in a low voice, Brother Chu, have you found out about something? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement, What can I know? Which aspect are you talking about? Tai Butian's sharp gaze looked at Chu Yang's face. After a long while, she said, Your sudden arrival this time makes me feel very strange. Chu Yang said with a half-smile, Strange? What's strange? Tai Butian wanted to say something, but hesitated. She said, It's a feeling. It's indescribably strange. Chu Yang burst into laughter. I say, you're obviously a man, but you're actually playing around with feelings. This is really ha. Tai Butian relaxed. Looking at Chu Yang's overjoyed expression, she also smiled. Brother Tai, how does it feel to rule the world and be an emperor? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. All the land in the world belongs to the emperor. All the people on the shores of the land are the emperor's subjects. Very satisfying, right? Tai Butian smiled, fatigue in her eyes. However, she sighed deeply. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he asked tentatively, Are you very tired? Tai Butian sighed softly again. Finally, she said, Tired? Satisfying? Brother Chu, you don't know. Being an emperor may look glorious, but it's actually the most boring job. Moreover, it's exhausting, but in the end, it's just a lonely job. It's really hard to explain. Chu Yang's eyes flashed again. He asked, Is it that tiring? Is it that boring? Tai Butian's eyes were deep. She said, When I was the emperor, there were still people who told me jokes every day. There were also a few people close to me. When I became the emperor, there were fewer. However, there were still a few friends who dared to say a few sincere words in front of me. They said, "But when I became the emperor..." She smiled bitterly. "You know what? Every day I have to face a group of swindlers with the highest IQ in the world. Every day I have to rack my brain to distinguish which sentence is true, which sentence is false, and which sentence is to frame Bican. This feeling is really hard to describe." Chu Yang said dully, "Chi." "Not bad." Tai Butian nodded indifferently and said, "All the military officials in the Golden Palace, no matter which one of them is, are definitely first-rate swindlers. Every day I have to face so many lies. Every day these lies will make up different lies to deceive me. One came suddenly, and the other came to flatter him, but they all had their own motives behind it. Some of them are doing it for the public. That's still fine. But most of them are doing it for personal reasons. They're like flies and dogs. It's extremely chaotic. Every one of them looks righteous on the surface, but when they turn around, everyone's buttocks are dirty. As a subject, I have to figure out the intentions of my superior all the time. But as a monarch, I have to figure out these subjects all the time. It's easy for hundreds of people to figure out one person, but it's extremely difficult for one person to figure out hundreds of people." Tai Butian sighed softly. "Brother Chu, you're not an outsider. I'll also tell you the truth. Among the hundreds of officials in the Golden Palace, if you really investigate and find out the truth, other than me, there are definitely no more than 5 people who can still stand in the Golden Palace without their heads falling to the ground." This time, Chu Yang was really shocked. "There are so many?" Tai Butian nodded tiredly and smiled bitterly. "Iron Cloud Nation is fighting corruption every day and punishing corrupt officials every day. But as a monarch, I have to work with corrupt officials every day. I discuss national affairs with them and let them carry out national policies and laws. Brother Chu, isn't this very ironic?" Chu Yang was silent. "Some people say being an official for 1,000 miles is only for money. Some people say 3 years of being a magistrate and 100,000 silver. Some people say when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Some people say one day when power is in hand, revenge will be avenged. There are even people who say, why not study hard for 10 years, just for the sake of passing the imperial examinations and riches?" Tai Butian smiled bitterly. "Scholars all have such goals in mind when they study. What will happen when they become officials? This is really something that I don't even dare to think about. But I have to face these things that I don't even dare to think about every day. Brother Chu, do you think I'm tired or happy? Or happiness?" Tai Butian asked with a smile. Chu Yang sighed softly. "I really don't know what to say." Tai Butian laughed. "For example, in the Golden Palace, it's fine if it's just the corrupt officials. But they're all ganging up on each other and attacking each other. They're kicking people when they're down and making groundless accusations. They're making oblique accusations and setting traps for each other. And I, the high and mighty emperor, am the greatest weapon that the officials can use." Tai Butian smiled and said, "Actually, in your humble servant's eyes, a ruler is not a person but a sword. It is a kind of absolute power. Whoever makes good use of it will be able to rise in rank and make a fortune. Furthermore, he will be able to kill the person he dislikes the most. Therefore, everyone is sparing no effort to make use of the emperor, and they have to put on an expression of unparalleled loyalty and patriotism." Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang with some admiration. "I'm still all right. But if it were you, Minister Chu, in this position, with your temper and your stubbornness, I'm afraid that within a few days, all the officials in the Golden Palace would have been killed by you." Chu Yang laughed out loud and nodded. "This is indeed possible." Tai Butian said, "In history, there are very few wise emperors and many fatuous ones. But every wise emperor is miserable. Fatuous emperors are fatuous emperors because, firstly, they were too restrained when they were young. But the biggest reason is, of course, these people in the imperial court. Who would be willing to face such a group of disgusting liars every day? Every monarch, even if he later becomes infinitely muddle-headed, when he ascends the throne, he wants to be a wise monarch. This is undeniable. Most fatuous emperors are sexual lovers, and sexual lovers can't be emperors. Tai Butian said dispassionately and sighed again. That's right. Chu Yang agreed and said, for example, prostitutes. Every prostitute was once a good and innocent woman. Tai Butian's face darkened at once. For a moment, she wished she could give him a good kick. You're talking so seriously about national affairs, such a heavy topic, such a gloomy state of mind, and you're actually talking about prostitutes? This is simply intolerable. Minister Chu, you must have been wandering around outside during this period of time, right? Tai Butian grinned. Looking at Minister Chu, you seem to be very knowledgeable. Tai Butian smiled very amiably, as if saying, we're all men, we all know. But when Chu Yang heard it, he felt a chill run down his spine and a cold wind blow at the back of his head. Especially that sentence seemed to be very knowledgeable. It felt as if he was going to die. In front of Brother Tai, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Chu Yang coughed and put on a sincere look. To be honest, Your Majesty, I'm ashamed. Other than being detoxified by that little Tian Tian back then, I'm still a virgin. Tai Butian's heart skipped a beat at once. When she heard detoxified by that little Tian Tian, she couldn't help but burn all over. She coughed dryly, feeling her mouth dry and her head dizzy. She forced herself to calm down and laughed dryly. In that case, Minister Chu has actually been keeping his chastity. Chu Yang also coughed dryly and said, yes, I've always been a bachelor. Tai Butian laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. In reality, she didn't know what to say now, but she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. It's really unbearable to hold it in. However, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh as if he was a ghost. Tai Butian blushed instantly. The two of them talked as they walked. When they saw that they were already close to the bedchamber, Chu Yang said intentionally or unintentionally, Your Majesty, being an emperor isn't a good thing either. It's really better to travel the world with one or two close friends without any worries and live a carefree life. There was a look of longing in Tai Butian's eyes, but she shook her head with a wry smile. Brother Chu, it's easy for you to say, but how difficult is it to do? How can I bear to abandon these billions of people? This is the legacy of our ancestors, the struggles of dozens of generations, the dreams of thousands of years. Her. Which one of them isn't like a huge mountain pressing down on my heart? She was silent for a while and finally sighed. I can't abandon them. I can't abandon them. If I really leave this life, how can my conscience be at ease? Chu Yang sighed heavily. This time he was really silent. This was the reason why he didn't dare to reveal it all along. A sovereign of a generation, the only successor, all the lives of the world, the legacy of our ancestors, the hardships of the people, the chaos of war, all of them needed a wise sovereign like Tai Butian. If he took her away and tucked her into his bed, then, not to mention whether Tai Butian was willing or not, even if the world was willing, would they be willing? What should he do? He had absolute martial power, but he could kill thousands of people, but could he kill billions of people at once? Once there was no longer a wise sovereign to suppress them, how many ambitious people would there be in the world? No matter how high his cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to curb the greed and ambition that grew in people's hearts like weeds. When that time came, there would definitely be wars and wars everywhere. Could it be that he would ignore the people of the world just because of his own selfishness? But if he cared about all these, could he just abandon their mother in the lower three heavens? While he himself commanded the wind and clouds in the upper three heavens, living a carefree and happy life, then was he still human? Tai Butian's face became redder and redder all the way to the bedroom. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her emotions became more and more flustered. How could she stop her good friend from wanting to see the child? She couldn't, no matter what. But once he saw the child, would Chuyang recognize him? Would he suspect anything? But she had already come all the way here, and the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Chuyang was also very agitated. His heart beat faster and faster, and his face became redder and redder. His eyes were almost shining, and for a moment his breathing became rapid. His child! His son! Chapter 1191. Unexpectedly, there were no sounds of children playing inside. Instead, it was very quiet. The palace maid walked out quietly. "He's asleep." Chuyang was stunned. So regular? It was just noon, and the sun was still right above his head. Only those who lived a very regular life and were very disciplined and had developed the habit of taking afternoon naps could possibly take a nap at this time. Little Yang Yang has always been very regular when he sleeps. Tai Butian smiled proudly. "Brother Chu, do you know? This child has almost never wet the bed since he was young. He's very worry-free. He eats when he should and sleeps when he should. He's very quiet, very smart, and a very good child." There was undisguised pride on Tai Butian's face. Chuyang scratched his head. "I'll go in and take a look." "What are you going to look at when he's asleep?" Tai Butian was a little displeased. "There's still a long way to go. What if you wake him up?" Chuyang chuckled. "I'll just take a look gently." Under Tai Butian's extreme reluctance, Chuyang walked in stealthily as if he was a thief. On the big bed, a small figure was sleeping soundly. His body was covered with a thick blanket, and his hands were placed under the blanket. His small figure appeared very quiet and steady, actually giving off a sense of tranquility. A milky fragrance, unique to children, wafted over. Chuyang went closer and saw that the child's complexion was normal and his skin was tender. His small mouth was rosy and he had a high nose. His eyes were slightly closed, making his eyelashes look even longer, as if there were two small fans covering his eyes. His breathing was steady and he was clearly in deep sleep. Chuyang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He felt a warm current surging up and he almost teared up. He stood in front of the bed with his back hunched, motionless, and looking at him greedily. That's right, this was her child. Not to mention the face that was almost 100% similar to her, and not to mention the charm that was almost 100% identical to her. Just the sudden feeling of being connected to her flesh and blood was enough to make her feel intoxicated. Just looking at him like this made Chuyang realize that he didn't want to leave anymore. He felt like hugging the little fellow in front of him, kissing him fiercely and laughing out loud. Moreover, his heart was filled with the feeling of infinite satisfaction, the kind of feeling of wanting nothing else. At this moment, Chuyang simply wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long howl of laughter. Without an official position, one's body would be light and everything would be sufficient. This was a very common farmer's concept. But now, Chuyang felt that this sentence was really fucking reasonable. How beautiful! So beautiful! Good girl, Minister Chu muttered to himself. Tai Butian was rather anxious. This fellow had the tendency of being unable to look away once he saw something. How could this be? However, she quietly pulled Chuyang's sleeve a few times. But Chuyang didn't even notice. Finally, a mission. "What are you doing?" Chuyang turned his head in displeasure. He frowned and asked in a low voice, "Can I just take a look?" Tai Butian was rather speechless. She replied softly, "You've already been watching for more than an hour." Chuyang awkwardly stood up. Then he reluctantly looked at her again and said, "More than half an hour has passed so quickly." "Let's talk outside. Don't wake him up." Tai Butian tugged at his sleeve and walked out. Chuyang kept looking back as she dragged him out. When they were outside, they walked into the study and closed the door. Tai Butian heaved a sigh of relief. Chuyang looked at Tai Butian. Suddenly, a fire of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. "Damn it, my son, Look at him being dragged out too. Yet this woman is with him every day. She's monopolizing him. Chu Yang suddenly felt very suffocated. Previously, he had been thinking about his responsibilities, burdens, the world, the people, his difficulties, and so on. But now, he didn't want to restrain himself anymore, especially after seeing his son. This feeling was even more uncontrollable. He's really very cute. Minister Chu's throat was dry. He snatched Tai Butian's teacup from the study and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. Wiping his mouth, he asked somewhat hurriedly, "What's his name?" "Tai Yang." Tai Butian was equally perturbed. "It means that he's as tough as iron." Standing tall and proud, he looks down on the world. "Tai Yang, Tai Yang." The more Chu Yang muttered, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. If this little one were to return to the clan and change his surname to Chu, he would be called Chu Yang? Wouldn't he have the same name as me then? Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. It was already a joke that his own father had become his sworn brother. Who would have thought that when it was his turn, he would have to have the same name as his son? Tai Yang, that's a pretty good name. Minister Chu pinched his nose and said against his will, "Does he have a nickname?" "His nickname will be Little Yang Yang." Tai Butian smiled. "As for his nickname, it can only be given when he's 10 years old and crowns his crown. Not bad, Little Yang Yang." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "My nickname is Yang Yang. Teacher used to call me Little Yang Yang. Now, not only has my son taken over my name, he's even plagiarized my nickname." "Do you have the same name?" Tai Butian rolled her eyes. "No, his surname is Tai, and yours is Chu. How can you have the same name?" Chu Yang put down his teacup with a heavy heart and heaved a long sigh. Tai Butian's heart shrank. Why is Brother Chu sighing? Chu Yang's expression was bleak. "Brother Tai, didn't you ask me why I suddenly came to the lower 3 heavens? What I said then was actually not true. Actually, the main reason I came to the lower 3 heavens this time was to ask for your help." Tai Butian was startled. "Help?" "Yes," Chu Yang said seriously. "In this world, only you, Brother Tai, can help me with this matter." Seeing how serious he was, Tai Butian's heart couldn't help but become heavy. She said, "Brother Chu, as long as I can help, even if I have to use all the power of the country, I won't shirk my duty." Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, "I still remember that day when we parted. Brother Tai once said, 'The martial world is dangerous. Take care of yourself.' I, Chu Yang, admit that I'm careful and quick-witted enough. But in the upper 3 heavens, I still fell into their trap." Tai Butian's expression tightened. "Fell into their trap? What's wrong? You're injured, but I'm poisoned." Chu Yang sighed. "Brother Tai, I seem like a good person to you now, right? But actually, I used elixirs to suppress the toxicity. But this is not a long-term solution. Once it flares up, my whole body will turn into pus and I'll die." As he spoke, Chu Yang took out a small gourd of spiritual spring water and said, "And I only have this little bit of medicine to suppress the toxicity. It can only suppress it for a month's time." Chu Yang looked at Tai Butian sorrowfully and somewhat tragically. "If Brother Tai doesn't save me, a month later, you and I will be separated by life and death. Brother Tai, look, there are already changes on my arm." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and revealed his arm. On his upper arm, there was a dark green patch that seemed to be rotting. Tai Butian's expression changed drastically. "What kind of poison is in you? How can it be so overbearing?" She was angry and anxious. "You're poisoned and you're still drinking with me?" Chu Yang put down his sleeves and smiled lightly. "The poison can be ignored, but when good brothers meet, wine must be drunk." Tai Butian was furious. "Cut the crap. Tell me, what kind of poison is in you? How do you need me to help you? What are you dawdling for?" Tai Butian was really anxious now. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Brother Tai has also seen this kind of poison before. That's why after I knew about it, I immediately abandoned everything and rushed here with all my might. Chu Yang grabbed Tai Butian's hand. Brother Tai, you must save me. Don't worry, Tai Butian said confidently. As long as I can do it, I will definitely. New clothes are not as good as old friends. Chu Yang sighed emotionally. Brother Tai, you're still a true friend. Are you going to tell me or not? Tai Butian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. I'm poisoned. Chu Yang looked at the Empress with bright eyes and said softly, I'm poisoned with aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac. Tai Butian was dumbfounded. To be more specific, it's the kind of aphrodisiac that I once encountered in the mountains of beyond the Heaven Sect. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twisted into a smile. The aphrodisiac of the lust dragon. Ah! Tai Butian let out a cry of shock, dumbfounded. At this moment, her whole body was burning up intensely. Tai Butian was finally sure that Chu Yang had long known about this matter. He was here today to lay his cards on the table with her. The Emperor was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face, but Chu Yang obviously wouldn't let her off. Even now, he was still holding her hand and shaking it vigorously. Brother Tai, you can definitely cure this poison. Tai Butian's greatest secret hidden in the bottom of her heart was suddenly exposed, and it was clearly exposed by the person involved. She was angry, embarrassed. Her whole body was burning up. She held the dagger tightly and said angrily, Let go of me! Let go of me! At this point, if Chu Yang let go, then he really wouldn't be called Chu Yang anymore. He might as well be called Stupid Pig Chu. He held Tai Butian's hand tightly and refused to let go. He kept pleading, Brother Tai, please save me. My poison is quite serious. Tai Butian lowered her head with all her might, burying her face into her chest. You idiot! Let go of me! You! One could vaguely see that even her neck had turned red. Her two little ears were also so red that they were almost transparent like agates. It was too hasty and unexpected. His Majesty's wisdom had already flown beyond the clouds. Now his mind and heart were completely blank. Chapter 1192. Tai Butian resisted with all her might. Right now her mind was in a mess, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't think. She wanted to rebuke him angrily and argue for what was right. She had countless reasons in her mind, but she couldn't say anything at the moment. She was completely engulfed in panic. She could only use her hands to support herself against Chu Yang's chest, panting. You. Let go. Let go, let go, Chu Yang said. It's easy to let go of you, but what about my poison? Minister Chu was acting shamelessly, but he was secretly pleased. Damn it, I really couldn't tell that this girl was so well endowed. She looked as flat as a man, but it was only after physical contact that I realized that you really couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was just that. How did such a majestic thing hide? Chu Yang took a look and realized that all he saw was still a flat surface. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Looks like this thing can completely affect one's vision. What exactly is this good thing? Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. He wanted to ask the sword spirit, but then he remembered that the sword spirit had gone on strike ever since he entered the passage. After a round of exploration, he still couldn't find where the thing that could affect one's vision was. Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. Let go of me. Tai Butian struggled with all her might. I'm poisoned. Chu Yang hugged her shamelessly. Hugging me like this can relieve some of the poison. However, he scoffed at his own words in his heart. Relieve some of the poison? Seems like this poison is getting more and more powerful. Poison your head! You bastard! Tai Butian was extremely embarrassed. She exerted all her strength and struggled out of his arms, panting like a cow. Outside the door, a sharp voice said cautiously, Your Majesty, what happened? Do you need us? Chu Yang crossed his arms and looked at her with a half-smile. Tai Batian stomped her feet and sorted out her messy thoughts. She tried her best to keep her voice steady and shouted, "None of you are allowed to come in. All of you leave." After a pause, she said somewhat angrily, "All of you leave the palace. No one is allowed to come in." She thought about how she was being bullied by this bastard. If others saw or heard about this, then she, the emperor, would really be too ashamed to face them. Entangling with a man in her image as a man, Tai Butian's heart shuddered at the thought of it. But as soon as she gave the order, she immediately regretted it. If everyone left, wouldn't it make things easier for this scoundrel? However, there was a sound of agreement from outside, followed by a crash, and the guards, maids, and eunuchs disappeared without a trace. Tai Batian panted heavily as she held onto the table. Her eyes darted around, trying to calm her emotions down completely. At the same time, he racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. What should he do? What should he do? But after thinking about it for a long time, he felt his heart become more and more confused. He didn't have a single clue at all. She was usually someone who would remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of her. She was quick-witted and calm in the entire heavenly layer. However, she was at her wit's end when facing this person whom she was deeply in love with. However, Chuyang didn't seem as anxious as before. Instead, he calmly and steadily took 2 steps back. Then he crossed his arms and calmly sat down. "You already knew, didn't you?" Tai Batian questioned fiercely. Her face was still very red, but under the cover of that magical piece of jade, she didn't look too pathetic. "No what?" Chuyang asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Don't play dumb." Tai Batian stomped her feet fiercely and roared in grief, indignation, and embarrassment. Now that there was no one around, the emperor immediately became fierce again. Oh, you're talking about me being poisoned." Chuyang suddenly realized, "I'm really poisoned. I don't know how to cure you." Tai Batian roared with a red face. She said angrily, "I'm a man. How can I cure your poison? Even if you know how to cure me, I won't necessarily use you." Chuyang crossed his legs and said, "I know you're a man. A man, that person. But I didn't say I'll let you cure me. Call little Tian Tian out, and I'll let little Tian Tian cure you. Little Tian Tian is familiar with this and has experience. I'm not worried." Tai Batian was instantly ashamed and scolded angrily, "Bastard! If you don't call little Tian Tian out, you will cure me." Chuyang stretched out 2 fingers and said, "You have 2 choices. First, you turn into a woman and cure me. Second, you let little Tian Tian cure me. The poison must be cured. There's no room for discussion." Tai Batian gritted her teeth and looked at this shameless person. Where was she going to find that little Tian Tian? Tai Batian and little Tian Tian were the same person in the first place. This guy obviously knew the whole truth, but still pretended to be magnanimous and said that he was giving her 2 choices. What choice could she make? Pooh! Tai Butian's delicate body trembled. Her lips trembled as she asked, "Let's be serious. How? How did you know?" "If I wanted to know, I naturally knew." Chuyang retracted his playful attitude. His expression turned solemn as he looked at Tai Batian with bright eyes. Tai Batian was actually flustered by his gaze and lowered her head. "I've always been curious. From the moment I saw you, you were a man." Chuyang was somewhat puzzled. "Even now you're still a man, but you're clearly a woman. How did you do it?" Tai Batian bit her lip and said hatefully, "It's none of your business." "In the past, it was none of my business, but now I can't." Chuyang dragged his voice. "Brother Tai Xan, shut up." The word Brother Tai made Tai Batian feel extremely embarrassed again. Before her identity was exposed, it was only natural for her to be called Brother Tai. But now, no matter how she heard it, it didn't seem right. "Tell me the reason," Chuyang said seriously. Tai Batian was silent. Chuyang sighed and said, That day, I waved my sword across the sky and fought at Song Mountain. The outcome was already decided, and I left. I thought that I had left without any worries. Who would have thought that I owed so much? You didn't want me to know because you were afraid of increasing my burden. But have you ever thought that if I'm kept in the dark for the rest of my life, then wouldn't I be worse than a dog? Chu Yang stood up and walked over slowly. His voice was gentle as he said softly, "Back then in the mountains of beyond the heaven sect, the little Tian Tian who risked her chastity to save me was you, right?" Huabatian stood there in a daze. Her eyes suddenly turned hazy and she felt weak all over. Hearing this, she couldn't help but nod lightly. "Little Tian Tian is your nickname?" Chu Yang asked softly. Tai Batian bit her lip again and nodded lightly. "Let little Tian Tian show herself." Chu Yang placed his hands on both of her shoulders. His warm breath seemed to be about to melt Tai Batian. He said softly, "Let me see my savior." Tai Batian struggled hard. "You've already seen her." "No, I haven't." Chu Yang said lightly, "I'm tired of seeing you, the Emperor. Now I want to see little Tian Tian." Tai Batian only shook her head. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "All right, if you insist on not letting me see little Tian Tian, then I'll strip you naked. Let's see if His Majesty the Emperor is still a man when he's naked." As he spoke, he exerted force and tore outwards with a tearing sound. Tai Butian's imperial robe was instantly torn apart by him. Wait, Tai Butian panicked at once. She knew that this guy in front of her was definitely someone who would do what he said. She clutched the front of her clothes tightly and said shyly, "I'll tell you." "Hurry up and say it." Minister Chu was immensely proud of himself. He had a very arrogant attitude. Suddenly, a feeling of pleasure arose in his heart, as if he was robbing a common woman. Tai Batian bit her lip and said, "I have a piece of jade on me." "A piece of jade?" Chu Yang looked at her questioningly. "A piece of jade." As she spoke, she took off the illusory image jade from around her neck. Holding it in her hand, she lowered her head deeply. However, this great transformation had left Minister Chu dumbstruck. After taking off that piece of jade, the graceful and elegant emperor in front of him actually transformed into a delicate and slender beauty. Apart from the fact that the crown was still on her head, even if she was blind, she would definitely not say that the person in front of her was a man. A dense light screen flashed past. That originally flat chest suddenly trembled and rose, and that waist that originally looked very manly shrunk rapidly into a slim waist. Her figure was tall and curvaceous. A scent that belonged to a woman hit him in the face. Minister Chu was dumbfounded. Her face was like a full moon and her skin was delicate. Although her head was lowered, those cherry lips, perky nose, long eyelashes, and that silhouette were clearly that of a peerless beauty. A peerless beauty dressed in the emperor's robes was standing in front of him in such a disheveled state, looking shy and timid. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "Sure enough, she's a girl, and such a beautiful girl, this young master's first cough cough. Have you seen enough?" Tai Batian said angrily. As she spoke, she reached out to grab that piece of jade and was about to put back on. Chu Yang was quick. With a whoosh, that piece of jade was already in his hands. The next moment, with a flip of his palm, it was already in the tribulation dimension. "You want to change back?" Wishful thinking. "I haven't seen enough." Tai Batian was furious at once. "Give it back to me." But Chu Yang's expression changed, and he bowed respectfully to her. Tai Batian was shocked. "What are you doing?" She hurriedly dodged. Chu Yang said seriously, "This is my gratitude to you. Thank you, miss, for saving my life at such a critical moment without caring about your daughter's innocence. This kindness is hard to repay. This is the first reason." Tai Batian was a little dizzy. Was there a second and third reason? She heard Chu Yang go on. "Secondly, thank you for giving birth to my child and allowing the Chu clan to have a descendant. Thirdly, It's too hard for you to raise a child alone. I don't know much about that, but I have to thank you. Tai Butian's face turned red. She stomped her feet and said, Who wants your thanks? Chu Yang said seriously, I really don't know how to repay Mrs. Kindness. After thinking about it, I can't think of anything. I can only repay Mrs. Kindness by giving myself to you. Chapter 1193. This was the first time in her life that Tai Butian, who was a girl, was exposed in front of others. She was still not used to it, so when she heard this, she blushed and said angrily, Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. We'll discuss whether something good comes out of a dog's mouth in the future. Chu Yang straightened up and said, I've already expressed my gratitude. Next, let's settle the score. Tai Butian was stunned. Settle the score? What score? Chu Yang said fiercely, The matter you did back then was closely related to me, but you hid it from me. My innocence was also ruined in your hands. This is the first point. You were pregnant, but as the person who made you pregnant, you didn't tell me either. This is the second point. You gave birth to a child and the child is mine. You didn't tell me either. This is the third point. When the child grew up, you didn't even want him to acknowledge his ancestors. This is the fourth point. Tai Butian was embarrassed and confused. She was furious. What kind of twisted logic is this? This fellow actually said that his innocence was ruined in my hands. He's shameless to this extent. He's really a weirdo in the world. Chu Yang said, Combined punishment for multiple crimes. I'll now execute the family law. Family law. Tai Butian was stunned. She was the ruler of the world, and this fellow was actually going to execute the family law on her? What family law? Then she saw the guy in front of her fiercely step forward. Before she could react, he had already grabbed her by the waist. She felt dizzy for a moment and was pressed face down on his thigh. Then he waved his right hand, and a crisp paw sound was heard. Tai Butian let out a cry, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Her delicate buttocks had been slapped hard by Chu Yang. Chu Yang said, You're so lawless and disobedient. If you're not punished, won't you turn the world upside down in the future? Smack! The emperor's noble buttocks were slapped again. Tai Butian let out another cry of shock. It didn't hurt that much, but it was the first time in her life that she was spanked in such a position. Not to mention that Tai Butian was the ruler of a generation. Who would dare to spank her? But now, not only had she been beaten up, she had even been beaten up in such a shameful manner after she had regained her original appearance. Tai Butian couldn't accept this at all. She bellowed furiously, Put me down! However, Chu Yang's hand was pressing down on her like a heavy mountain. She couldn't move at all. His right hand, however, slapped after slapping without mercy. Tai Butian's face flushed red. Hearing the slapping sounds and feeling the pain, Tai Butian was furious at first. He was furious. After struggling for a while, the strength of the struggle gradually weakened. Her face became redder and redder as she bit her red lips. She tried her best to stop herself from screaming. Chu Yang was also angry, so he used some strength in the first few slaps. But he didn't use any strength later on. On the contrary, he enjoyed it a little. But of course, he had to ask fiercely, Do you know you're wrong? Tai Butian gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Pa, do you understand? He still didn't speak. Pa. Chu Yang continued to slap her unhurriedly. Suddenly, a strange emotion surged up in his heart. He became more and more agitated. Are you confessing or not? Chu Yang's mouth was crooked. Don't hit me anymore. I know I'm wrong. After more than 10 slaps, Tai Butian finally couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't because of the torture, but because Chu Yang didn't use any strength in the last few slaps at all. They were practically caressing her, strictly speaking, Tai Butian. This was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man. Although it was once in the mountains of Beyond the Heavens sect, she was flustered and didn't have any memories at all. Even if she did, it was pain and worry. She couldn't bear to think about it. This time, she was really in a man's arms. For a moment, her whole body went limp. You know you're wrong. Chuyang was overjoyed, but he still gave her another slap. Then, where did you go wrong? Tai Butian was so embarrassed that she was about to break down. She was also about to die of anger. This guy was still not done. Let me up first. I'll tell you. She was already panting, but she didn't expect another slap to answer her. No, to say it like that. Tai Butian really wanted to faint. She had no choice but to lower her voice and beg, Brother Chu, ha! Chuyang snorted. Chuyang. Tai Butian hurriedly corrected herself. She begged Chuyang, You. Can you at least save me some dignity? Smack. What answered her was, of course, a slap. Chuyang became more and more spirited. He didn't let her off. You've already given birth to a son, and you're still talking about dignity and dignity in front of me. You really deserve a slap. But as Chuyang slapped her, a change in his mentality slowly occurred. The more he slapped her, the better he felt. Soft, firm, perky. Chuyang, a virgin who had been thirsty for several years, suddenly felt his blood boiling. Strictly speaking, Chuyang was the same as Tai Butian. They were both virgins in this life. The difference was that although Tai Butian's memories of her first time were somewhat unbearable, she could still remember some things. But Chuyang didn't know anything and had lost his first time in a daze. Now that he knew that he had actually missed such an important thing, how could Chuyang let it go? To a man, this was practically a great humiliation. And now, the culprit was right in front of him. Chuyang's hand unknowingly slid into her lapel. Tai Butian's whole body trembled. Suddenly, with a strength that came from nowhere, she actually broke free from his grip and retreated. She used too much strength and almost fell on her, but Chuyang looked up and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The beauty in front of him was flushed. Her hair was messy, and even the crown on her head was crooked. Strands of beautiful hair were scattered, and her perky breasts were trembling with her rapid breathing. So beautiful, Chuyang murmured. Tai Butian's beauty was different from Wu Qianqian's, Mo Qingwu's, and Zi Xieching's. This was a kind of elegant, noble, and majestic beauty. Moreover, she was graceful and peerless. Between her smile and frown, what was displayed was an awe-inspiring and inviolable nobility, as if looking at her was blasphemy. But this kind of beauty in Chuyang's eyes. Out of nowhere, he felt the thrill of conquering her. This was because such a fairy-like beauty had already given birth to a son for him. What else was there to worry about? Chuyang pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Wait. Tai Butian took 2 steps back and shouted. Her expression was resolute. Suddenly, she pulled out a knife and held it against her neck. If you use force, I will die in front of you. Chuyang was instantly stunned. He felt a little dizzy. What kind of show was she putting on now? She had already given birth to a son. Why was she still? Although he could snatch Tai Butian's knife away with just a stretch of his hand, it wouldn't hurt Tai Butian at all. But he still chose to take 2 steps back. Tai Butian held the knife with one hand. Her gaze relaxed. She started to pant rapidly. After a long while, her breathing finally stabilized. Then, she stood up and tidied up her clothes. She walked slowly to the back of the desk and said, Sit down. Her face was still flushed, but her voice was calm and majestic, not allowing any resistance. Although her gaze was still a little dazed, it had already regained its original brilliance. Sit down, let's talk, Tai Butian said calmly. Chuyang sat down, a little confused. He asked cautiously, What's wrong with you? Let's talk about what? A smile appeared on Tai Butian's face. She said, Let's talk today. Let's not talk about national affairs. Let's not talk about the lives of the people. Let's just talk about you and me. Me and you? Chuyang frowned. Yes, you and me. Tai Butian smiled calmly and said, Chuyang, I have been through great changes since I was young. All my family members have passed away. She has been disguised as a man all this time. You know the reason behind it. Here it is. I won't say anything more. Chuyang smiled bitterly. Indeed, after today's events, there was an explanation for all the puzzles in Iron Cloud Nation and Tai Shicheng's actions. If he still didn't understand, he would really be a fool. As you know, I like you. I like you with all my heart. Tai Butian looked at Chuyang with her dignified and beautiful eyes. When it came to talking about her feelings, this emperor didn't have the bashfulness of an ordinary woman at all. She said bluntly, Perhaps you don't know why I like you. Now I'll tell you. Do you know? When you came to Iron Cloud, it was the most difficult time for Iron Cloud. At that time, there was no hope for Iron Cloud at all. Even Imperial Uncle Tai Longqing said, Iron Cloud would sooner or later become Diwuqing Rose Achievement. What we had to do was to extend this time infinitely. We had to hold on for as long as we could. At that time, I was struggling every day. I was in despair every day. I couldn't sleep for several days. Even if I did sleep, I would immediately have a nightmare and wake up. But countless people were watching me. If I broke down, Iron Cloud would be completely finished. Even the last hope would be gone. I could only force myself to be calm and act like I was in control of the world. On the surface, I was calm every day, but the fear and helplessness in my heart was something no one could know. No one could understand. The entire Iron Cloud Nation, the burden of hundreds of millions of people, the hope of generations, were all placed on the shoulders of a weak woman like me. 2 drops of tears slowly flowed down from Tai Butian's eyes. However, from the top to the bottom of Iron Cloud, from the officials to the commoners, to the merchants, and even to the beggars and prostitutes, Diwuqing has investigated countless times. I knew, but I really didn't have the energy to do anything. In the south, Diwuqing Ro's army was watching covetously. Golden Horse Riders Department was on standby. In the north, wolves from the grasslands were coming south at any time. Iron Cloud was in chaos. Father was critically ill. You don't know how much pressure I was under. Tai Butian said miserably, At that time I wanted to kill myself countless times to end this torment. Do you know? Although I was the Empress, the only successor of Iron Cloud Nation, I was still a woman. I needed someone to rely on. But at that time, there was no one for me to rely on. Instead, I wanted to be everyone's support. Chapter 1194. Chuyang sighed, thinking of the pressure that Tai Butian had to endure. Even he, who had endured countless hardships, could not help but feel sad. At that time, Tai Butian, as a weak woman, was able to withstand the pressure of the sky collapsing. It was a miracle, a one-of-a-kind miracle in the heavenly layer world. Even the hero Tai Longqing was in despair, let alone a weak woman like Tai Butian. Other than Tai Butian, no other woman in the heavenly layer world would have been able to withstand it. My name is a man's name. Before I was born, my father had already chosen a name for me. He longed for an emperor with great talent and strategy to mend the collapsing sky of Iron Cloud. But after I was born, I was still a woman. In his despair, my father placed all his hopes on me. But he did not know that a man and a woman are different. No matter how strong I am still a woman. But I grew up just like that. Ho Butian smiled sadly. I was raised as a man. Do you know, when I was 12 or 13 years old, I still firmly believed that I was a man. Chuyang, don't you think this is funny? Chuyang lowered his head and sighed deeply. As an outsider, just listening to the story was enough to make one feel extremely depressed. However, as the main character in the story, Tai Butian had endured it for more than 10 years. How did she get through it? Tai Butian paused for a while and said, Iron Cloud was declining day by day. I was already in despair. I could no longer see any hope. But at that time, you appeared outside Iron Cloud Citadel. The first time you appeared, you were dressed in black, like a whirlwind blowing across the earth. I still remember when your eyes met mine. It was a strange feeling. It was as if I should not have seen you, but I did. It was very strange. Chu Yang's heart shook. He clearly remembered the situation at that time. At that time, Chu Yang left Du Shiqing's group and came north by himself. Outside Iron Cloud Citadel, he met Tai Butian for the first time. Their gazes met from afar. At that time, Chu Yang's gaze was cold and sharp, proud and wild, like the wolf king of the northern plains, sharp as a sword and cold as ice. Those eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Under such a gaze, all living beings in the world were ants that could be slaughtered. The heavenly palace was like grass that could be trampled on. However, Tai Butian's gaze was gentle, warm, and tranquil. In fact, it seemed as if he was overlooking the common people from the clouds. His lofty aura of a king spread with the wind. I'm here, and I'm the king. Under the heavens, there is no land that belongs to the king. There is no land that belongs to the king. One was intentional, the other unintentional. But both of them gave it their all without prior consultation. This was a contest. However, there was no winner or loser in this contest. If Chu Yang's gaze was the waves, then Tai Butian's gaze was the reef. The waves surged, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The reef stood tall and motionless. Was it the reef that broke the waves? Or did the waves drown the reef? Who could say for sure who would win and who would lose? However, after this glance, Chu Yang was like a gust of wind, sweeping past Tai Butian's troops like a whirlwind. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in the direction of the city gate. From the beginning to the end, his gaze never changed. Tai Butian also retracted her gaze calmly, deep in thought. At this moment, it was as if a mottled and broken reflection of time and space had appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. This was a meeting that was completely outside of fate. Chu Yang was a little lost in thought as he recalled the scene at that time. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face. He didn't expect that at that time. Not only did he have such a feeling, Tai Butian also had the same feeling. Two people who shouldn't have met at all, outside of fate, met each other. Only Chu Yang knew how wrong it was for the two of them to meet at that time. Because in his previous life, Tai Butian's army was defeated and Iron Cloud was destroyed. It was because he had foreseen all of this in this life, changed everything, and led to their meeting. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after you arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel, you immediately opened the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Butian smiled faintly. Before you came, I was discussing the current situation with Royal Uncle. I asked, how can we turn defeat into victory? Royal Uncle said, the current situation is already impossible to reverse. If we want to turn defeat into victory, we can only do so if heavenly troops and generals appear in Iron Cloud. Hearing the words, heavenly troops and generals, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The day before, after saying that sentence, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion appeared the next day. Tai Butian smiled. So, I went to see the weapon at the first opportunity. Brother Chu, do you still remember your first customer, a girl in green? Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened. It was also for this reason that Royal Uncle also rushed to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion at the first opportunity. Tai Butian smiled. Heavenly troops and generals have always only appeared in legends. But your appearance was too coincidental. It made Royal Uncle and me feel like we had come back from the jaws of death. I'm even doubting if it's true. Could it be that there were really heavenly troops and generals? Although we knew that this was nonsense, although we knew that the two of us at the highest level of Iron Cloud Citadel believed in this kind of thing, at that time, we were already in despair. We were already at our wits' end. So, things continued like that. Otherwise, did you really think that you, an outsider, could attract the attention of the most important official in the military by coming to Iron Cloud and hanging a few swords? Tai Butian laughed a little self-deprecatingly. Then we started to get in touch. The first time we met, I also told you what was in my heart. I am not someone who can't keep things in my heart. I also never talked about my hardships. But at that time, I stubbornly believed that if there was still hope for Ironcloud, then let the heavenly troops and generals turn the situation around. Although it was ridiculous, at that time I was really in despair. Then you became the pavilion master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. When I saw that you used a mob to ferret out the spies one by one, Ironcloud quickly became clean. When I saw that you used any clues to eliminate the hidden dangers, I felt that I did not misjudge you, until you used many factors to fight against Golden Horse Riders Department in Ironcloud Citadel and gain the upper hand, causing the king-level leader of Golden Horse Riders Department to fall here. At that time, I suddenly had confidence. When you were working hard, I worked 10 times harder than you because I could not let your efforts go to waste. Slowly, when everything was on the right track, I realized that I was very dependent on your help. Slowly, from nothing to something, I was very dependent on you. When you were working hard, I was full of energy in handling everything. If I heard that Minister Chu was not in a good mood today, then I also lost the mood to handle official business. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between men and women. Men can suppress these strange thoughts, but women cannot. No matter how strong a woman is in despair, she will still look for someone to rely on. And you, at that time, gave me the feeling of someone to rely on. Tai Butian smiled sadly. It was also from that time onwards that I would frequently look for you to chat. Perhaps that was the beginning of my feelings for you, until you left Ironcloud Citadel for Great Zhao for Ironcloud. You did not care about your life and death in Great Zhao. I was suddenly shocked by you. During the days when you left, I prayed for your safety every day. I hoped for your return every day. Slowly, when you were not around, my heart fell for you. When I heard that you came back from thousands of miles away, I was excited and immediately went to welcome you. But at that time, the border was in a state of emergency. Later, no matter what the reason was, I finally came to your rescue. However, I found that this heavenly soldier who risked his life for Ironcloud was infected with lust, so I did not hesitate to save you. I did not hesitate to lose my virginity. Even if people thought that I was a shameless woman, I still wanted you to live. You left and left me with a child. I was sad but also happy. When Tai Butian was saying these words, she blushed, bashful and gloomy. However, her eyes continued to look at Chu Yang very brightly. You are here today. You know what happened back then. So, I understand all your feelings. You don't have to explain anything. Tai Butian said deeply, I can understand everything you say, everything you do and everything you feel. If I were to explain, it would be much clearer than if you were to explain it yourself. I only want to ask you. Tai Butian suddenly stood up and looked at Chu Yang. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Minister Chu was tongue-tied. You think that you can do whatever you want to me, just because I cured your poison and gave you my chastity? Tai Butian's face was red, but her eyes were aggressive. You think that you can do whatever you want to me, just because I gave birth to a child for you? You think that you have some kind of power over me, just because you know the truth? May I ask, Minister Chu, Tribulation, Sword Master. Tai Butian covered her clothes and pressed forward. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm just a cheap woman that you can vent your lust on without any feelings? Do you know that although I gave you my chastity and gave birth to your child, my dignity, my pride, I didn't lose anything at all? Tai Butian's eyes were burning. Do you know? I have more self-respect than any other woman in the world. What do you think I am? The moment you came, you tore my clothes and did all these things to me. Am I a mistress that you kept? Am I the kind of shameless woman that seduces men? Am I the kind of brothel girl that you think I am? You know that I like you. I love you with all my heart, and I have already given you everything I have. So, do you think that you are already doing me a great favor by lowering your status to come back to me? No matter how you treat me, I should be willing to do it? Should be grateful to you? Be grateful to you? Because you finally want me. Because you are finally taking responsibility? So I should be grateful to you? So I should accept whatever you do to me? No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Sweat broke out on Chu Yang's forehead. This, let me explain. You didn't? Tai Butian looked at him. But you did it to me. Have you seen me in female clothes? Have you seen my real face even once? Do you like me? Do you have any romantic feelings for me? You don't. Then why do you despise me so much? Chapter 1195. Chu Yang suddenly felt that he was somewhat ashamed of himself. Tai Butian's words weren't wrong. Her rhetorical questions made him even more speechless. Did he like her? Did he love her? Was it just a responsibility? Was there love between a man and a woman? Tai Butian's lips were trembling. I like you. Chu Yang, I love you too. I like you so much that I almost have no sense of self. Every night, you appear in my dreams. I can do anything for you, and I'm willing for you to do anything for me. But I don't want you to treat me as your responsibility, do you understand? I don't want to be any burden to you, do you understand? I don't want to be a tool for you to vent your desires. Do you understand? I want to be a complete woman. Even if you don't like me, my love is still complete. I just don't want you to trample on it. Chu Yang's face was pale. That's all I have to say. Tai Butian exhaled and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Chu Yang, I shouldn't have spoken to you like this. I don't want the man I like to feel bad for me. She paused for a moment and said, I'm done. Chu Yang, it's true that I like you and love you. But it's also true that you don't like me and love me. That's all I have to say. If you still want to do something to me, I won't resist you either. If you insist on wanting me, I'll give it to you. I'll do my best to make you happy. But this is because I like you, not because you like me. She closed her eyes and said, Chu Yang, if you want to do something, then what are you waiting for? Chu Yang staggered backward and said in a trembling voice, Don't force me. Tai Butian closed her eyes and stood upright. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. I admit that I've never seen you before. After I found out about what happened to you, I felt guilty toward you. Even if there was love, it was also out of guilt. I did this to you because, as you said, we already have a child together. I didn't think it was wrong, but I didn't think that this would hurt you deeply. I went overboard with what happened today. Chu Yang said solemnly, I apologize to you. I've never loved you before, and I don't have any romantic feelings for you. I admit it. Right now, I only have a man's desire to conquer you. I admit it. Following Chu Yang's narration, Tai Butian closed her eyes in despair, her heart as cold as ice. But Chu Yang raised his head and looked at her with clear eyes. No matter what you say, we are already inseparable. This is also a fact. You are my woman. That is unchangeable. We have children together. That is undeniable. Butian, I will try my best to make myself like you, any bit of you, and make myself love you. Chu Yang walked forward slowly and gently held Tai Butian in his arms. He said softly, I will make you a happy woman. I will also make you feel that your feelings for me are not in vain. At that time, you will naturally be able to tell whether my feelings for you are sincere or not, and whether they come from my own heart or because of the child and my responsibility. If I can't do that, I won't touch a single strand of your hair. So, please give me a little time. Chu Yang hugged her gently and said in her ear, I, Chu Yang, am not a good person either. But would you believe me if I were to be a complete hooligan? Tai Butian smiled with tears in her eyes and said softly, I believe you. She raised her head and opened her eyes. Looking at Chu Yang, she asked, Aren't you a hooligan? Chuyang smiled. When I fall in love with you, you will realize that my hooliganism is something you can't handle. Tai Butian's face flushed red at once. She lowered her head in shame and embarrassment. The conversation between the two was very serious, but when it came to the last two sentences, the two of them coincidentally adopted a relaxed way of talking, uniformly and tacitly alleviating the tense atmosphere between them. Both of them were smart people. They would never let the situation between them become irreparable. Just as Chuyang had said, what had already happened would never change. The existence of the child made the two of them even more inseparable. Since that was the case, why not face it together and work hard together to change the situation? It's just that I'm very sorry. Chuyang's voice was very pained. You are not the only one in my heart. There are others as well. So, Tai Butian smiled softly and said, the one who should be sorry is me, right? You only have one heart from the beginning to the end. It's just that since you know about this matter, you can't possibly abandon it. So you want to force yourself to divide your heart? Chuyang took a deep breath and nodded. You can say that. I didn't want you to know about it previously precisely because of this. Tai Butian smiled and said gently, it would be best if I could keep it a secret forever. Even if you didn't know, you wouldn't be worse than a pig or a dog. You wouldn't feel guilty either. Therefore, your state of mind would still be perfect. But since you know about it, I won't ask you to abandon us either. That would also be a kind of cruelty to you. Tai Butian smiled lightly. With my status, I can't be a good wife for you either. She deliberately sighed. Besides, a playboy like you hasn't taken a fancy to me yet. Chuyang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this moment, he truly realized Tai Butian's good points. This woman was usually decisive in killing, controlling the world, and ruling over the world. But she was extremely considerate towards him. She knew all his feelings like the back of her hand. Every word she said was to avoid making things difficult for him. Chuyang sighed and said emotionally, Butian, if only you weren't the emperor, how good would you be? The depths of Tai Butian's eyes lit up. She clearly received the pity in Chuyang's words. She murmured, Chuyang, you're already starting to like me a little. Chuyang chuckled, and the two of them parted ways. Chuyang looked at Tai Butian sincerely and said softly, I hope you can forgive me for what happened today. Tai Butian raised her head and looked at Chuyang. Her face was a little red, but she said calmly and softly, do you know, the greatest good thing about you is that unless you don't do anything wrong, once you're really in the wrong, you'll never deny it, shirk responsibility, or defend yourself. I like it very much. After a pause, she said solemnly, I forgive you. Chuyang heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, thank you. You know, we need to start afresh. I don't want to leave any bad impression in your heart. Tai Butian's eyes moved, and she said with a smile, but us women only love one person in our lives. If we don't cherish it and force ourselves to leave a knot in our hearts, isn't that very stupid? She smiled softly. As a woman, we have to cherish ourselves. We have to cherish what we have. She said softly, life is short. Chuyang chuckled and found another good thing about this intelligent woman. She was open-minded. Chuyang suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. How did you know that I'm the Tribulation Sword Master? Tai Butian smiled mischievously. I've already consumed the heavy elixir that you left for me. She sighed a little despondently. It's a pity that although there's a Tribulation Sword Master in this world, there's still a gap of a year after all. If Father could hold on for a little longer. Chuyang also nodded heavily. Tai Butian's words were right. When Tai Shicheng died, Chuyang hadn't obtained any of the great elixirs. He only needed a little more than half a year to get them. But he ultimately couldn't hold on for another half a year. Especially now, Chuyang sighed even more. Tai Butian was a woman and also his woman. If Tai Shicheng could live then, how wonderful would it be for his family to reunite and return to the upper three heavens peacefully and happily. All the mess in the lower three heavens could be left to his father-in-law to deal with. But now it's too late to say anything. So you knew that it was a heavy elixir? And confirmed my identity as the Tribulation Sword Master? Chu Yang's eyes flashed. No, it was when the child was born that my master confirmed the heavy pill. But Tai Butian smiled faintly. Since I know that you are the master of Calamity Sword, how could I leak this information? That's why I'm the only one who knows about your identity. And I've never told anyone about the person who gave me the heavy elixir. Chu Yang was startled. Your master? Tai Butian smiled. My father's name is Lan Meisien. She paused and said softly and slowly, He's from the Lan clan of the upper three heavens. Chu Yang made a sound and was momentarily stunned. Then he broke out in cold sweat. He really didn't expect this. Tai Butian's master was actually Lan Meisien, and he even kept the heavy elixir back then. If not for Tai Butian's meticulous thinking, perhaps his identity would have been known by all the heavens by now. Thinking of how Lan Meisien's life was uncertain under his sword, Chu Yang felt a little guilty. She doesn't know, right? Am I such an ignorant person? Tai Butian rolled her eyes at him. Then Tai Butian seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red. Why are you blushing? Chu Yang asked curiously. It seems like your mother is my senior sister. Tai Butian said hesitantly. Ah. Chu Yang was really shocked. He had never thought about this in the past. He had always thought that Yang Rulin came from a family. Moreover, Yang Rulin had never revealed her cultivation in front of him, so he really didn't know who his mother's master was. He didn't expect it to be Lan Meisien. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. The two people who were closest to him were both Lan Meisien's disciples, and Lan Meisien's life-threatening sword move was created by him? This matter seemed a little troublesome. In that case, do I still have to call you Junior Martial Aunt? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Tai Butian blushed and pouted. If you want to call me Junior Martial Aunt, that's up to you. Chu Yang sighed. No wonder the ancients said that if you want to learn, you have to sleep with your Junior Martial Aunt. The next moment, Minister Chu was engulfed by a wave of angry punches. Then he was kicked in the stomach. He grimaced in pain as he was thrown out of the room. This woman was truly worthy of being an emperor. She was so violent. Can I say that the 2 chapters of the push and tumble play that I've written are all wasted today? Sigh. I was originally complacent about having 2 chapters saved. Damn it. Looks like I'm not the kind of person who can save chapters. That time, I ended up sleeping for 2 days and used it. That time, I ended up catching a cold and used it. Another time, my computer broke down, and both computers were scrapped at the same time. Then this time, the plot changed and it was gone. Chapter 1196. Tai Butian was feeling awkward. She and this guy's mother were martial sisters, but she had fallen in love with this guy. She couldn't bring herself to do this. Now that everything was out in the open, what should she do when they met? It was hard for an ugly daughter-in-law to avoid meeting her in-laws. This guy actually said something like that. He really didn't know what was good for him. Thinking of that martial sister come mother-in-law, Tai Butian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I heard that my mother met you? Chu Yang stood up, holding his stomach. He tilted his head and sized up the beauty in front of him. Tai Butian felt bitter. So it was indeed my martial sister who told you. Chu Yang denied. Definitely not. Chu Yang thought to himself. Although his mother also said it, the first person to say it was not her. Hua Butian snorted. Then it was Chan Chan. Chu Yang sighed and said, it was Chan Chan. Chan Chan found me. Then, in a battle, she took a fatal blow for me. On her deathbed, she told me about you, Sai. How is Chan Chan? Tai Butian was shocked. She grabbed his wrist. On her deathbed? What about her? She is still unconscious. I need to find the right medicine to wake her up, said Chu Yang. Tai Butian felt a little relieved. She gritted her teeth and said, Chuyang, if you let Qian down, then you really shouldn't. This girl is too silly. She and Wu Qian were in the same boat. At this moment, when she realized that Wu Qian actually didn't forget to remind Chuyang about this matter before she died, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Although she had never thought of accompanying Chuyang from the start, and had never thought of keeping Chuyang for herself, how could she not have fantasized about it? Which young girl didn't want to be together with the person she loved for the rest of her life? Even though Tai Butian was a ruler, she also had the same feelings of a girl. She also had dreams. It was just that she didn't want to make things difficult for the person she loved, so she restrained herself. Wu Qian's words pierced through the last layer of window paper. At this moment, the door of the imperial study opened with a creak. A small figure staggered in. He raised his head and said in a childish voice, "Are you guys done?" I regret. This shout was like a thunderclap in spring. The two of them immediately panicked. They quickly separated and nervously checked their clothes. It was as if a couple had been caught red-handed by their husband or wife. Chuyang turned his head to look and saw that the little guy was staring at him curiously with his black eyes. He was scrutinizing Chuyang with curiosity. Chuyang blinked and felt that something was wrong. He almost suspected that he had seen wrongly, but when he took a closer look, it was indeed correct. Yes, this little fellow who looked exactly like him was indeed looking at him with a curious and scrutinizing gaze. It was as if he had seen a piece of pork in the market and was hesitating whether he should buy it and bring it home. How could a little child have such a gaze? Minister! Chu felt a little dizzy. However, she saw the little fellow trying his best to walk over step by step. He was still a little shaky. He walked to Tai Butian's side and hugged her calf. Then he raised his head and said, "Mother, I'm hungry." It was only then that Tai Butian remembered that in her panic she had chased everyone out of the bedchamber. To think that the Grand Highness had actually come over on his own, without anyone looking after him. Little Yang, how did you find this place? Tai Butian was also a little dizzy. She picked up her son and asked. Her son seemed to have only learned how to walk for 3 months. Moreover, the little fellow was a little lazy. He had never walked such a long distance by himself. Is this very difficult to find? The 1-year-old little fellow's round eyes were actually somewhat disdainful. Mother, you're either in the diligent government hall, in the morning court, or in the bedchamber. Most of the time, you're in the imperial study. Tai Butian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The little fellow spoke in an organized manner. Ever since he learned how to speak, this was the first time she had seen him speak so much. Tai Butian had been worried for a long time that he might stutter. Now this little fellow actually spoke so fluently. Chuyang had originally wanted to go up and tease him immediately, and then quickly close the distance between him and his father and successfully nurture a fatherly relationship. Finally, they would jointly attack Tai Butian. Chuyang knew very well that children were always the greatest weapon against women, as long as his son was willing to leave with him. Then Tai Butian would have to leave even if she didn't want it. Even if she didn't want to accept it, she would have to accept it. But before he had time to sit up, he heard these words. Suddenly, he stood still as if he had been struck by lightning. He clearly heard the sound of his jaw hitting the ground. This is the speech of a 1-year-old child. This tone, he's practically an experienced person. Minister Chu was flabbergasted. He turned his head to look and saw that the young man was looking at him with his big round eyes. He coughed dryly and said, "Little Yang, cough, cough, do you know me?" The little fellow rolled his eyes and ignored him. Tai Butian was about to call the palace maids to prepare dinner. Chuyang asked curiously, "Can't you just feed him milk?" The moment he heard about feeding milk, the little fellow's eyes lit up. Tai Butian's face flushed red. She snorted and said, "Once a child is 1-year-old, he can't be fed milk. To train a child's willpower We have to start from weaning. You don't know anything. What nonsense are you spouting? These are the rules of the imperial family's training program. The moment the little fellow heard that he couldn't be fed milk, he immediately lowered his head dejectedly. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He can't be fed milk when he's 1 year old? What kind of absurd statement is this? This means this child has really suffered by your side. Tai Butian was enraged. My son, you've suffered by following me? What do you know? This little rascal is the reincarnation of a lazy worm. Other than the few months when he first learned how to crawl and walk, he was a little more lively. Now, if he can sit, he definitely won't stand. If he can lie, he definitely won't sit. If he can walk, he definitely won't run. I really don't know who he took after for his laziness. He's that awesome. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Give it to me. Tai Butian stretched out her hand. Give what to me? Chu Yang was confused. That piece of jade. Tai Butian's face flushed red. She gritted her teeth. Are you going to let me go out like this? Oh. Chu Yang hurriedly took it out and exclaimed, This is really good stuff. I wonder if I'll turn into a woman if I wear it? Tai Butian rolled her eyes at him. She wore the jade around her neck and instantly regained the demeanor of an emperor. Chu Yang was once again dumbfounded by what he saw. In this aspect, the old clearly couldn't compare to the young. The little fellow was already used to it and didn't react at all. Wait here. I'll make the arrangements. Tai Butian waved her hand in an imposing manner. Yes, your humble servant obeys. Chu Yang bowed in a peculiar manner. The two of them smiled at the same time, instantly feeling as if spring had arrived. Tai Butian walked out, summoned the palace maids, and instructed them. Everyone in the palace returned. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wang and the others are worried. They've been waiting outside the hall for a long time. A sharp voice sounded. I'll go take a look. Tai Butian frowned and was about to carry her son out. I'll take care of the child first. Chu Yang hurriedly volunteered. Go do your things. Tai Butian snorted. She understood his sinister intentions, but she still placed Tai Yang in his arms and hurriedly left. Chu Yang only felt a warm and soft ball land in his arms. In that instant he was intoxicated and extremely satisfied. This is my son. Yes, my son. Chuckling, Chu Yang lowered his head and stretched out his mouth, as if he wanted to kiss this pink little face. Smack! The moment he kissed it, he realized that the texture was not quite right. He looked down and realized that he had kissed the back of a small hand. He was stunned to see that this small hand had already placed her palm on the position that he wanted to kiss. She was looking at him with a face full of disgust. Chu Yang scratched his head. This little fellow's reaction was quite fast. He tilted his head and kissed him again. The little fellow blocked this side, that side, that side, that side. But he was a 1-year-old after all. How could he resist? In an instant he lost his guard. His pink little face was kissed until it was covered in saliva. I say, Chu Yang was having fun kissing him when he saw that the little fellow didn't block anymore. Instead, he asked in a strange tone, Is your mouth clean? Chu Yang was stunned. Is my mouth clean? Kissing here and there. You feel blissful, but I feel disgusted. The little fellow stretched out a pink little hand and wiped his face forcefully. He tilted his head and rolled his eyes. Chu Yang looked at the little guy in his arms and was startled. She couldn't help but hold him a little further away to size him up. Not bad, he's only 2 feet long. At most, he weighs 15 pounds. Such a little thing. If he can speak a complete sentence, he's already a genius. How can he speak with a similar tone as me? I'm a clean person. The little fellow stretched out a finger and pointed it straight at the tip of Chu Yang's nose. He accused him seriously. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me. Chu Yang was confused. He turned to look at the door, anxious to find Tai Butian. Fuck, you gave birth to. What kind of freak was this? You little fellow, do you know who I am? Chu Yang frowned and looked at the little fellow closely. I've heard of you for a long time. The little fellow was in his arms. His two chubby little hands were hugged in front of his chest. He raised his hands and shook them. Then he cupped his hands in greeting. Chu Yang. Yes, my father. Chu Yang's shock was no small matter. He almost let go of the little fellow and let him fall to the ground. His two eyes widened into two round bells. You know me? Of course. The little fellow rolled his eyes. How did you know me? Chu Yang's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Sigh. My mother has never worn female clothes in front of others before. Secondly, when she sleeps, she often calls your name in her dreams. Little Tai Yang rolled his eyes. And I was born. The little fellow looked at Chu Yang unhappily. Old Chu, do you understand? Old Chu. Chapter 1197. What the little guy said was not wrong at all. But was this something that a child who was not even 1.5 years old could say? Oh, Chu Yang face-bombed. He was truly devastated. Who hadn't seen a 1-year-old child before? Which one wasn't full of shit and pee? He would call his grandmother Shorty and his mother Man. He would always wear a diaper in his pants. If he wasn't careful, he would pee all over you. If he was unhappy, he would poop on your pants at this age. To be able to clearly and fluently address one's relatives and elders without getting it wrong was already a surprise that exceeded everyone's expectations. But Chu Yang's child was obviously much more advanced than this stage that everyone knew. He was so advanced that he could discuss life with Chu Yang, talk about ideals, and talk about picking up girls. Chu Yang felt that this was absolutely ridiculous. He even felt that in front of this monstrous child, he could discuss the general situation of the world and the situation of the heavenly layer with him. It seemed absolutely feasible. Chu Yang had always been the one who shocked others. But this time Minister Chu was shocked by his 1-year-old and 2-month-old son, whom he had just met for the first time. He was so shocked that he felt dizzy and confused. Now this little guy was in his arms and was being hugged by him, and he was calling him like an old man. Old Chu, do you understand? Chu Yang said hesitantly, I don't understand. How do you want me to understand? Son, you're only 1 year and 2 months old. Tai Yang raised his little face. Old Chu, in this world, there is a kind of person called a genius. This time, Chu Yang nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It seemed that this son of his was not a genius, but he was already a monstrous genius. Son, are you fucking reincarnated from some old man? Chu Yang suddenly looked at this little guy and thought of his reincarnation experience. He asked vigilantly, with that brain of yours, you know about reincarnation? Tai Yang snorted. The old man attached himself to my body. That is not reincarnation, it is possession. And a newborn child is not to be taken away. Do you understand? Once that is done, both souls will be destroyed. Do you understand? Chu Yang scratched his head. Then what's the matter with you? Tai Yang sighed deeply and said faintly, Old Chu, I can only say this is a very miraculous thing. Yes, it's just that I've been reincarnated. But I'm lucky that my true spirit hasn't been destroyed and some things haven't disappeared. However, I'm definitely your son. You can rest assured about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to expose myself in front of you like this. Why do you dare to reveal that I'm your father? Chu Yang was very puzzled. The little fellow said deeply, Old Chu, that's because you can accept it. What did you call me? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Old Chu, you're already very impressive for me to call you Old Chu. The little guy looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, You should be honored that I called you that. It was a look of approval, commendation, and recognition. Little bastard, call me father. Minister, Chu had been called Old Chu 3 times in a row, so he finally reacted. He flew into a rage and roared, Little bastard, you're still so lawless? Old Chu is not for you to fucking call me that. Old Chu is honored. The little fellow's face twisted in despair. You want to scold me and hit me, that's your right. I can't stop you from being a father. but you can't call me a little bastard. I'm your son. If I become a little bastard, then won't you go? Won't I spank your ass into 8 pieces?" Before the little fellow's voice died away, Chuyang had already flipped him over angrily and slapped his fat little butt. Smack! "I won't say it." The little fellow tactfully shut his mouth. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Do you still dare to call me Old Chu?" Chuyang was majestic and murderous, showing the majesty of a father. However, looking at the 5 red fingerprints on the little fellow's butt, he felt a little heartache. He comforted himself in his heart. "This little bastard is so monstrous he can withstand it. You're in trouble." After being slapped, the little fellow naturally didn't cry. He only looked at Chuyang gloatingly. "There's a handprint on my butt, right? When Mother comes over later, I'll take off my pants for her to see. Then I'll cry. I'm not afraid to tell you. My tears will come at any time. I'll definitely cry myself hoarse." The little fellow looked at Chuyang gloatingly. "Let's see, who's the one suffering then?" Chuyang was flustered and immediately retreated. "Ancestor. You're not my son, you're my ancestor." Tai Yang's little face was full of naughty smiles. "And not only that, if that's all, won't it be too easy for you? You want to build a relationship. I can completely give you a chance to destroy everything. Even if you build a little with your flowery words, as long as I'm here, I guarantee that it will immediately turn into ashes. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hugging the beauty. It's all because of this slap of yours." The little fellow said hatefully, "My dear ancestor." Chuyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn it, other people's children were all beaten and scolded by their fathers as they liked. My child is actually threatening me. Is there any justice in this world? Do you surrender? The little fellow looked playfully at his strict father. Surrender? Chuyang hung his head dejectedly. Do you think that you can make my palm print disappear just because of your weak and unconvincing surrender? The little fellow was unforgiving. In your dreams. What do I have to do to make you give up? Chuyang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth as he asked, 2 conditions. As long as you promise me, not only will I listen to you, but I'll also call you father from now on. Moreover, I'll be responsible for helping you chase after my mother. Yes, your wife." The little fellow stretched out 2 white and tender fingers and waved them in front of Chuyang. Looking at the 2 waving fingers in front of him, Minister Chu's mood was really complicated. It was as if a bottle of 5 different flavors had been knocked over. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty all surged up at the same time. For a moment, he actually felt like crying. If his brothers knew that he had been bullied to this extent by a 1-year-old child, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushan, and Mo Tianji would probably only have internal injuries from laughing. However, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others would definitely laugh themselves to death. Especially Rue Butong. He would definitely laugh until his own cultivation level increased greatly. And it would increase greatly. There was no need to doubt this. What conditions? Chuyang's mood was dry as he raised the white flag. Damn it, I'll deal with you when I'm old. I'm already an old celery seller. How can I not pinch a handful of coriander like you? The first problem is that I have no problem naming myself, right? Tai Yong curled his lips, like the current Tai Yong. It's so unpleasant to hear. No matter how tall and straight a poplar tree is, isn't it still a poplar tree? It's just a pile of firewood. My mother's ability to name is really terrible. Chuyang's slap was a little itchy. He forcibly controlled his impulse to slap him. He swallowed his saliva and said, "We can talk about it. Although my mother did it because she missed you, she can't use my name as a joke." The little guy stretched his legs comfortably. Then he stretched out his chubby little legs that looked like lotuses. He tapped Chuyang's chin with his big toe and said, "Names are very important. It's related to one's future. It's better to be domineering." Domineering? Chuyang was stunned. Then how about Chu Batian? Vulgar, vulgar, vulgar. The little guy was furious. Then I might as well be called Chu Chutian. What's Batian? I can even eat the heavens. Then you'll be called Chu Chutian. Chu Yang decided. No way. The little guy was completely speechless. Even if you follow the poll, you can't do it like that. Then it's settled. Chu Yang said without any doubt. Your nickname will be Go Dan. I object. The little guy kicked his legs. Your objection is invalid. Chu Yang snorted. The little guy rolled his eyes. But my mother's name is Tai Batian. I can't have the same name as her. Besides, she nourishes the heavens and I eat humans. What's the point of going against her? This is the sin of being unfilial. Then you'll be called Chu Chitty. Chu Yang already had a plan. Little bastard. You actually know the sin of being unfilial. Chu Tian is the most domineering. There won't be anyone with the same name. Hoo-hoo. Chuan. The little guy really wanted to cry. Then what do you want to be called? Chu Yang asked modestly. I like Kwang. How about Chu Kwang? The little guy obviously realized that the guy in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he used a negotiating tone. Chu Kwang. Chu Yang said it lacked some charm. Chu Kwang too? The little guy persevered and discussed tirelessly. How about Chu Kwangren? Chu Yang fainted. What kind of messy names were these? How did this guy think of them? Then I'll choose these two. The little guy compared and said, how about this? I'll be called Chu Kwangren. Regarding the name change, after you decide that my mother is your wife, you go and tell her that you thought of it. You must decide on it. He had actually made a decision in such a short time. He just said that he could choose one out of the two, but now he did not even have the chance to choose one out of the two. Chu Yang, the father, stared with his eyes wide open. Even the right to participate was taken away. The suffocation at this moment was really no small matter. He panted heavily. Fuck your mother, you little bastard. It's really unbearable for me. The little guy snorted and tilted his head disdainfully. If you didn't, you wouldn't have me. Chu Yang was immediately blinded by anger. So he spoke without thinking. What do you know? I was fucked at that time. Fucked. The little guy looked at his father in astonishment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and burst into laughter. Only the heavens knew what kind of scene it was for a 1-year-old child to laugh so boldly and with such an expression as if he was about to fall apart and had a dumbfounded look in his eyes. Chu Yang's face was filled with black lines. He hurriedly changed the topic. Why do you have to be called Chu Kwangren? Chapter 1198. Stop, stop, stop. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? The little fellow shook his head and wagged his tail proudly. What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Chu Yang frowned. I understand the first sentence, but this phoenix song laughing at Kong Chiu. What does it mean? Phoenix song. What song is that? Kong Chiu. What is it? A hill full of holes? And this yellow crane tower. Where is it? The little fellow broke down. He stared at Chu Yang speechlessly. Such a famous sentence. I really have nothing to say to you. Chu Yang touched his nose and thought, did I embarrass myself? He had no choice but to change the topic. What's your second condition? The second condition is to be as lenient with me as possible. The little fellow pouted. Don't meddle in everything. Also, I should have my own room. If you satisfy these two conditions, I'll help you. Chu Yang was stunned. Help me? Help you woo your wife. The little fellow said like an expert. With my help, you'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Do you believe me? I believe you. Chu Yang nodded heavily. The father and son looked at each other and nodded. Then the little fellow reached out his small hand and Chu Yang reached out his large hand. The two shook hands in a proper manner. An agreement was reached. At this moment, the palace maid had already prepared the birds' nest porridge and brought it over. A few people followed behind, carrying more than 10 side dishes and various snacks. "In front of you, I can only stuff my mouth with food," the little fellow muttered in an almost inaudible voice and started to eat. Chu Yang sat on the chair, resting his chin on his hands. He looked at his son and thought about those words. Yes, there was one thing that was undeniable. That was probably a poem halfway through. Tai Butian hurried back and saw her son chewing on the table, while Chu Yang, the father, was actually watching at the side. She was instantly furious. Even if you've never raised a child before, you should just forget about it. You should have seen it before, right? Such a young child. What if he chokes while eating? What if he chokes? Don't you know how to feed him? Upon hearing this, the two men rolled their eyes at the same time. Feed? Chu Yang roared in his heart. Damn it, let this little bastard feed me. You want me to feed him? What a joke. Then he racked his brains to find an excuse. That's not it. It's just that we need to train him to be independent from a young age. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly in the future. The sooner he trained, the better. Now it seems, for a child of this size, it was a little cruel, but it was for his long-term future. But it's the best thing. Tai Butian was about to speak when she heard an excited cry from the side. Wow! Tai Butian turned to look, only to see the little fellow's chubby face covered in vegetable juice. With an innocent and excited face, she said, "Imperial Mother, this uncle is right. Eating by myself is indeed more delicious than being fed by others. It's really delicious." His face was pure and innocent, childish and adorable. Chu Yang vomited and turned his face away. "Good girl, little Yang Yang. Is it really delicious?" Tai Butian asked lovingly. That's right, that's right." The little guy nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Tai Butian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he gave Chu Yang an apologetic look, as if to say, "You're right. I've wronged you. I didn't expect you to be an expert in raising children." Chu Yang pretended to be sanctimonious and accepted all of them. Then he revealed a confident smile. In fact, he was laughing bitterly in his heart, cursing silently, "Little bastard!" Tai Butian picked up the teacup and drank some water, watching her son eat lovingly. The next moment, the little fellow said something. Tai Butian choked on a mouthful of water. "Imperial Mother, this uncle is so nice. Let's make him my daddy, okay?" Tai Butian choked so much that she almost couldn't breathe. This sentence came out of the blue. "Let's make him my daddy, okay?" Tai Butian turned and looked at Chu Yang questioningly. Chu Yang looked like he was about to break down. He spread his hands, indicating that he didn't do anything. Tai Butian frowned deeply. She murmured, "Is this the nature of a father?" Uft! Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of tea. Uft! The little fellow, who was eating bird's nest porridge, turned his head and spat a mouthful of porridge right on Chu Yang's face. In the afternoon, Tai Butian naturally had to continue dealing with official matters, so the task of taking care of the little fellow still fell on Chu Yang's shoulders. "Play with him for a while. If you're interested, tell him some stories." Tai Butian wanted to say something, but hesitated. She knew that since her son had such a sword master as his father, his life would probably be stormy. Let Chu Yang tell a few stories for the little fellow to listen to, or perhaps experience it himself. The earlier he could gain some experience. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly sent the queen away and turned around. The father and son pair stared at each other. Chu Yang immediately dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs. Only then did he remember something. Ever since he came here, he hadn't seen the two of them. What did those two people do? He suppressed this question first. The king of hell, Chu, looked at his son. No matter how he looked at him, it was strange. "I think you need to give me an explanation." Chu Yang put his face in front of the little pink face and said very seriously, "Don't use the reason of the immortality of the true spirit to fool me. In this world, there are hundreds of thousands of people who die every day. The number of people that I, your father, have killed with my own hands is probably 70 to 80,000. If I were to come back like this after death, I believe that no one would be able to accept it. Tai Yong blinked his little eyes and said, I knew that you would definitely have doubts. But, of course, I have to tell you. When people die, they will be reincarnated. After going through the path of reincarnation, they will be reincarnated as plants, trees, or animals. These don't have any true spirit. The path of reincarnation is to destroy the soul and erase the memories, leaving only a little soul imprint for reincarnation. Of course, they won't remember anything. If everyone could reincarnate like this, then the whole world would have been in chaos. Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level can he use all his cultivation to transform into soul energy to protect himself and pass through the path of reincarnation to be reincarnated as a human with memories. But in this case, even in the whole world, the number of people who can have this kind of cultivation is definitely not more than one person. The little guy said, Who is this person? Then which one of the people are you? Chuyang asked, Could it be that this son of his was the reincarnation of some almighty person? This person's name. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. And I definitely don't belong to any of the people. The little guy thought for a long time and said, I don't know if you've heard of the immortal spirit? Immortal spirit? Chuyang frowned. I've never heard of it. If you haven't heard of it, it's more troublesome to explain. The little guy blinked and said, You can say that. When the world was first created, a group of almighty people were born. Only after that did the human race multiply, and this space, everything that can give birth to these primitive humans, is a unique space. It's called the space of the heavenly way. In the space of the heavenly way, it's filled with a kind of special life energy. It's after this life energy was absorbed that humans were born. This life energy, it's called the origin of the heavenly way. Only trillions of heavenly way origin particles can give birth to one immortal spirit. Every immortal spirit has a complete trajectory of the heavenly way on its body. Of course, after the immortal spirit is born, it's possible that it's absorbed into the cultivator's body and become a part of his cultivation. And as long as one can absorb the immortal spirit, every one of them can later grow into a powerful person who can turn the world upside down. Later on, the heavenly way changed greatly, and the space of the heavenly way suddenly closed. The immortal spirits were sealed in the space. I don't know how many years passed. Immortal spirits were constantly disappearing, because even though the immortal spirits' bodies were so small that they couldn't be seen, they already had their own intelligence. After a long period of loneliness, they would also collapse. I'm the last immortal spirit in the space of the heavenly way. The little guy pointed at his own nose. At this point, Chuyang was already dumbfounded. He never thought that such a wonderful thing could happen in the world, and such a wonderful thing actually happened to him. At a certain point in time, after I absorbed all the immortal spirits that collapsed along the way, I realized that I could sense the summoning of some powerful cultivators from the outside world. That was the fluctuation that was emitted when the Almighty was engulfing the world. So I tried to penetrate in that direction. I don't know how many years passed, but I suddenly succeeded in breaking through. Then, very happily, I rushed to the summoner. Then I realized that this summoner, he was actually using the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to refine a sword. So I was sealed in this sword, following the owner of the sword to roam the world unhindered. The owner of the sword changed from generation to generation, but no one ever discovered my existence. I had no concept of time at all in that strange place. Anyway, I couldn't get out. After experiencing the changes of one dynasty after another, in the end, this sword was placed on a shelf and was worshipped as a supreme symbol. Then a war broke out. This sword was stolen, and countless people fought over it. At that time, I realized that I was strong enough to break free. So I struggled violently in a battle, and this sword broke. Then I was free. The first thought of the free me was to be a human, because being a human has endless fun. So I wanted to be a human and not be something that the naked eye can't see anymore. So, after I continued to wander in the human world for many years, I learned some things that I could learn, and I felt that it was enough, so I entered the reincarnation passage without any hesitation. Then when I reappeared, I was here. The little guy looked at his father and said, "In this life, it was my first time reincarnating as a human." Chu Yang was dumbfounded, and his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He said, "But you told me the truth the first time we met. This still makes me puzzled." The reason is very simple, because you have the existence of the path of heaven. The little guy was very excited and his eyes shone. This is the real reason. Chu Yang's heart shook, and he thought of the calamity sword. Wasn't the calamity sword filled with the path of heaven? Chapter 1199. Heavenly Way. Tribulation Sword. Heavenly Way. Chu Yang was lost in thought for a long time. He always felt that there seemed to be a line leading him. Every step he took seemed to be exactly on the same point. Rebirth, tribulation, meeting Butian in Iron Cloud, meeting Du Xing in the Heavenly Army, Spirit Mist and Vitality Spring becoming sworn brothers, fighting Chingru with wisdom and bravery, the sudden appearance of the Black Demon. At this stage, his thoughts and goals could be said to have been led to the upper three heavens. Then, the heavenly secrets revolved and Diwu decided to let go. He went up to the upper three heavens, but the first person he met after going up was his father, who paved the way for him to go up to the upper three heavens. And so on, when Buluqing and Ning Tianya appeared, and the big clans ruled, the upper three heavens became a matter of course. After going to the upper three heavens, he came out of the southeast and met Zi Xieching. He knew about the heavenly imperial court, and Zi Xieching's departure seemed to have pointed him in a direction. At that time, he had found out that he had a son in the lower three heavens, and his son's mother and his own mother were actually martial sisters. This was very strange, but he had finally come down with great difficulty, and his son turned out to be some immortal spirit. Moreover, it involved a heavenly law space. What was very obvious was that the heavenly way space was a higher level than the heavenly imperial court. And when such a thing came out of his son's mouth, it made Chu Yang feel even more absurd, as if it was a recurring cycle. If his guess was not wrong, then the tribulation sword was the path of the heavenly way, and should stop when it finally reached the heavenly way space. In this world, there was nothing beyond it. It was as if there was a line in the unseen world that was pulling him towards the peak step by step. But Chu Yang still felt uncomfortable. Facing this kid in front of him, Chu Yang's mood was still very strange. This was a feeling that was both familiar and strange, both intimate and somewhat distant. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I can't accept what you said." Chu Yang put his son down and let him sit cross-legged on the grass. He sat in front of him and said, "My original plan was to come here, to see an innocent son, to clear the misunderstanding with Butian and reveal the truth, to let him acknowledge his roots and ancestors. I came full of excitement and happiness, but I saw an evildoer. If you don't tell me, at most, I think that my son is a genius and I'm very happy about it. But you told me everything, and I'm at my wit's end. That kind of fatherly love." Chu Yang was somewhat melancholic. "Do you understand? I have no choice, because I can't wait any longer," the little fellow said innocently as he spread out his hands. "Can't wait any more?" Chu Yang repeated in bewilderment. "There are two reasons." The little guy stretched his legs, and his childish face was filled with a chilling seriousness. "I've never had a family, and I've never had a mother. Now I have one. My mother loved and cherished me wholeheartedly. This feeling let me intoxicated. I was carried by my mother for 10 months, after all. That's my mother. I don't want my mother to be hurt. I hope you can give her happiness. But from the current situation, you are at most a passerby. My mother will never leave with you. You will leave soon. As long as you leave, my mother will not be happy. So, I want you to get my mother's approval in the shortest time possible. To obtain my Nyang's approval. The little fellow said, let her have some hope. Live happily. This is my wish. The little fellow said with a voice full of admiration. Only you can do this. The second reason why I can't wait is, ever since I was born, not long after that Lan Meisien left, people from the Lan clan came. And there were many of them inside the palace and outside the palace. The little fellow said, they can hide from my mother, but they can't hide from my spiritual perception. At present, they are looking into every one of them, if they can be sure. As long as they are certain, they will make a move. You are undoubtedly their biggest target now. They must already be suspicious of you. The little fellow said, in the lower three heavens, it will undoubtedly be difficult for you to do anything. If we are controlled, it will be even more difficult for you. Furthermore, they've been preparing for more than a year. You have no chance of winning at all if you're caught off guard. So, although I know that talking to you like this is shocking, I have no choice but to tell you in advance. If you die and you die in the lower three heavens, my mother will really break down. The little fellow muttered, I don't want my mother to break down. Chuyang was exasperated, just as he felt a little teachable and a kind of as expected of my son. He knows how to think for his father at such a young age. How filial. He was completely destroyed by this sentence. It turned out that this little rascal still didn't want his mother to be sad, but the Lan clan. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Chu Yang's eyes. This Lan clan really didn't know what was good for them. They had actually set their sights on this place. Chu Yang was extremely smart. Once he heard the sentence, he completely understood everything. Lan Meisien was Tai Butian's teacher. She saw heavy pill at Tai Butian's place, and Lan Meisien was from the Lan clan. Facing the Tribulation Swordmaster, the Lan clan was one of the first big clans to bear the brunt. How could they not have made preparations? Therefore, she had started to make preparations in advance. Tai Butian wouldn't say who he was, of course, and Chu Yang could understand that the Lan clan kept it a secret and wouldn't deal with Tai Butian's mother before things were clear. He reckoned that the Lan clan had the same idea as the Li clan, to become one of the tribulations and continue to be glorious for 10,000 years. No matter what, under this premise, they had to give way. Moreover, with the master-disciple relationship between Tai Butian and Lan Meisien, the Lan clan already had this initial condition. If they knew who the Tribulation Swordmaster was, then with the Lan clan's means, there were thousands of ways to establish a relationship with him and then logically become a tribulation. This was the Lan clan's wishful thinking. And at that time, the master-disciple relationship between Tai Butian and Lan Meisien would become an even more indestructible bond. Tai Butian didn't know. Chuyang didn't know. Then, this plan was almost 100% successful, no matter from which aspect. There was no possibility of failure. It was just that the Lan clan never dreamed that their plan, which they thought was flawless, would actually fail in the hands of a little child who had just turned 1. I know, said Chuyang deeply. Then I'm relieved, said the little fellow very happily. Now you don't have anything else to do, right? Chuyang raised his eyebrows. No. What do you want to do? Asked the little fellow warily. Just making a few changes to the agreement just now. Chuyang said lightly, First, naming is the matter of the parents. There has never been a child who named himself, so the name you gave is invalid. For the time being, you will still be called Tai Yang. In the future, after you acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan, I will give you a name. You're cheating. The little fellow was dumbfounded. He never thought that this old man of his would burn the bridge after crossing the river. As for your nickname, from now on you will be called Dan Dan, said Chuyang. This name is not bad. No. The little fellow wanted to cry, but had no tears. You have to do it, even if you can't. Chuyang pursed his lips. I'll tell my mother that I want to ruin all your plans. I'll do what I say. The little fellow threatened fiercely. I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid that your mother will be sad, you can even sell your father. Chu Yang said calmly, "It's rare for you to be so sensible. You know how to care for your mother at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. Let me tell you, you're not allowed to be disobedient in the future. If you're disobedient, I have ways to make your mother heartbroken." You. The little fellow was dumbfounded. Although he knew a lot, this was the first time in his life that he had reincarnated as a human. He was only a theoretical giant. In reality, he was still inexperienced. In a face-to-face confrontation with a wily old fox like Chu Yang, he was immediately defeated. "You don't keep your word." The little fellow's face twisted. "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. As long as you're strong, you can go back on your word. Just like now, I can beat you up if you don't keep your word, but you can't do anything if I don't keep my word." Chu Yang laughed mischievously. "Son, you should learn a little. You bragged quite a lot just now, but bragging too much without any strength can only be a joke. Do you understand?" Chu Yang asked with his eyebrows raised. "I understand." The little fellow's pink face was a little twisted. "Wait for me to grow up." "You're moving. Aren't you going to call me father?" Minister Chu raised his chin. "Son, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." "Father." He had to call him father sooner or later. What was the difference between calling him father earlier or later? Although it was a little embarrassing to be forced to call him father, this was his father. It didn't seem to be embarrassing. "Well, good Dan." Chu Yang nodded approvingly. "Father, can I not call you Dan?" The little fellow was completely soft. "This problem." Chu Yang smiled deeply and faced his son's fawning eyes. "No." The little fellow lowered his head dejectedly. "When your mother comes later, you know what to say, right?" Chu Yang was very proud. "I know." "Good. Since that's the case, I'm in high spirits now. I'll tell you a few stories to play with," Chu Yang said with a smile. At the same time, he filtered the stories in his heart. Yes, personal experiences that could be used as a reference for his son, and could be understood after 4 or 5 stories in a row. The little fellow listened until he yawned. "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Minister Chu asked. "Father, these—" The little fellow was speechless and was a little mad. "Tell stories. Why are you telling these? My experience with that sword is not as much as what you're telling me, right?" He told a few more. The little fellow finally couldn't bear it anymore. He revealed a cute smile and climbed up with his 2 short little hands. He said innocently, "Father, let me tell you a few stories." Chapter 1200. When Tai Butian returned from the court meeting, what she saw was the scene of a loving father and son. She saw Chu Yang carrying his son and walking to and fro in the imperial garden. The 2 of them seemed to be talking non-stop. It must be hard on him. Such a grown man actually chatting so happily with such a child. Tai Butian felt a surge of warmth in her heart and quickly walked over. She suddenly felt that something was wrong, because Chu Yang's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible from afar. He was actually asking non-stop. What happened after that? After that? When they saw Tai Butian return, both father and son shut up at the same time. What after that? Tai Butian asked doubtfully. After that? Haha. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Rubbing his nose, he said, "I told the little fellow a story and deliberately left the ending untold so that he could guess it himself. In the end, he was too stupid and couldn't guess it. Tai Butian didn't know whether to laugh or cry." You tested such a big child like that?" She was rather speechless. Chu Yang coughed a few times and said, "He started training from a young age. As the saying goes, education should start from a young age." The little thing in Chu Yang's arms turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. Tai Butian rolled her eyes at him and took the child from his arms. She flew into a rage at once. "You didn't give him any water? Look at how dry his lips are." Chu Yang was sweating. He was so engrossed in listening to the story that he actually forgot about this. However, this journey to the West Story was indeed pleasant to listen to at night, under the little fellow's strong request. He and Chu Yang stayed in the same room, leaving Tai Butian alone in the room. However, Tai Butian was still very happy. This father and son pair really bonded quickly. It had only been an afternoon, and they had already developed to such an inseparable state. Of course, the happiest thing was Chu Yang had actually gained his son's approval so quickly. For 3 consecutive days, everything was calm and peaceful. In these 3 days, Chu Yang would sometimes coax the child. Sometimes he would go to the Golden Palace to listen to politics. The feeling in his heart also grew stronger by the day. In these few days, he discovered Tai Butian's good points. There were simply too many. In the past, when they were together, Tai Butian also had countless good points. But at that time he had, after all, observed her from a man's perspective and thoughts. But now that he was looking at her from a different angle, Chu Yang realized just how difficult it was for a woman to achieve what Tai Butian had achieved. Tai Butian was very open-minded. She would be able to find a solution to anything that could be solved on the same day. It definitely wouldn't be delayed until tomorrow. Even if there were some difficulties, he would still strive to overcome them. There were some issues that the officials couldn't come to an agreement on, but Tai Butian would make a decision on her own. Some were more complicated. He also ordered an investigation to be carried out within 1 day. Then it would be done. Rewards and punishments were clear. Rewards and punishments were given simultaneously. It cleverly took care of everyone. It made it so that the several small groups in the court could not be formed, nor could they be separated. They could only exist by relying on each other. In front of her son, she achieved unity even more. When Chu Yang was around, she was a loving mother. When Chu Yang was not around, she was the combination of a strict father and a loving mother. In front of Chu Yang, she was a woman who was deeply in love with Chu Yang. I love you, but I won't lose my independence because of my love for you. I am as gentle as water to you, but it doesn't mean that I won't survive without you. I am tolerant of you. I won't force you or force you. Everything is up to you. No matter what the outcome is, I will have no regrets. But in front of the officials, she was a ruler who dominated the world and dominated the world. She was indisputable and unquestionable. She had a pure heart and spirit, as well as courage and heroism. She could run the world and also handle her own feelings reasonably. She even dared to face her own heart directly. Cute, intelligent, independent, generous, open-minded, and upright. Not to mention her beautiful face, slim figure, elegant temperament, and sense of propriety. She was peerless and a national beauty. Such a woman should be the most ideal wife for any man in the world. There was no one like her. After interacting with her these few days, Chu Yang realized that he had fallen deeply in love with this cute woman. Her depression, her pain, her joy, her bliss, her satisfaction, her regrets, her achievements, all of them made Chu Yang's heart throb incessantly. With Tai Butian's sharp mind and intelligence, she could naturally sense the changes in Chu Yang's mood and emotions these few days. Therefore, the emperor's mood had been very good and joyful these few days. Even when sitting in the majestic hall, the emperor's joy could not be concealed. That was a feeling of bliss when the long-awaited love slowly approached again. No matter who it was, they would not act as if nothing had happened. In these few days, those people from the Lan clan who were in hiding did not appear, nor did they take any action. But Chu Yang knew that they were in the dark, using various methods to observe him. After all, these people might not have seen him before, and they might not know that he was Chu Yang. His sudden appearance in the imperial palace could only be said to be an accident. He was the biggest suspect, but they didn't dare to act rashly without concrete evidence. After more than a year of planning, if they alerted the enemy because of this and caused Tai Butian strong disgust, then even if the Tribulation Sword Master really came in the future, they would lose some kind of hope. Pillow talk was the most powerful thing in the world. Especially pillow talk of Tai Butian's level, it could dominate the world. So they were waiting for an opportunity. Chu Yang was also waiting for an opportunity. After sleeping with their son for a few nights, both father and son felt extremely miserable. The younger one felt that the flesh on his father's body was too hard and there was no warmth at all. Sleeping in his father's arms was much more comfortable than sleeping on his own. The older one felt that this little guy was too delicate and did not dare to turn over while sleeping with him in his arms, fearing that he would crush him if he turned over. Such a delicate little thing would definitely not be able to withstand his weight of more than 50 kilograms in particular. Some folklore said that some children were accidentally crushed to death by their parents not long after they were born, or choked to death while drinking milk, suffocated to death, and so on. Such things are definitely not bragging. At least, such things have happened here before. Chu Yang did not dare to move even more. Sleeping like this for a whole night really made all the bones in his body creak. It was even more tiring than a big battle. This night, Tai Butian was leaning against the lamp and reading memorials in her pajamas. She suddenly looked deep in thought. She frowned and thought. Then, she raised her eyebrows and quickly gave instructions. Then, she changed to the next one. Chu Yang saw that Tai Butian had nothing to worry about. She could save time to deal with official matters. It was already late at night, and she was about to finish dealing with them. Tai Butian's lips curled into a smile, even though it was late at night. Even now, Tai Butian had not taken off that piece of jade. She still looked like a handsome young emperor who was diligently dealing with official matters. Right at this moment, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. "What's the matter?" Tai Butian asked authoritatively. "Your Majesty, your humble servant Chu Yang requests an audience." A strange voice came from outside. Tai Butian was stunned. Chu Yang? Why did he come over at such a time? Wasn't he accompanying her? Could it be, at the thought of this, she hurried forward to open the door, only to see Chu Yang standing alone at the door. She couldn't help but be startled. "What's the matter?" "That little guy chased me out." Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "I have nowhere to sleep." Tai Butian was stunned. A long time ago, the little guy had been making a fuss about wanting a room to himself. Tai Butian had never agreed. How could such a young child have a room to himself? She was worried. But Minister Chu was directly chased out this time. This was still somewhat out of her expectations. "I'll go over and take a look." Tai Butian walked out. Not long after, Tai Butian shook her head helplessly and came back. As expected, he said that he doesn't feel comfortable sleeping with someone beside him. "Then let's give it a try." Chu Yang suggested, "Let's try letting him sleep alone." Tai Butian frowned for a long time before she finally said, "All right, but I'll have to go over and take a look at him a few times in the middle of the night." As she spoke, she sat down. "What is your Majesty busy with?" Chu Yang leaned forward with a drooling face. Tai Butian's face suddenly turned red. Only now did she realize that there was such a big problem in her room. Late at night, a lonely lamp, a man and a woman alone in a room. This was a little inappropriate. "You can go to the guard room and make do for the night." Tai Butian suppressed her panic and said in a calm voice, "Why don't you go to the imperial study and make do for the night?" Chu Yang chuckled. "No need. I'm also worried about your Majesty being alone. Tonight, I'll just wait on you and serve you." Chu Yang's voice was very tactful when he said the word serve, serve. In fact, he had repeated them several times. "No way." Tai Butian's face flushed red as she rejected him decisively. But Chu Yang had already leaned forward. He reached out and grabbed her hand. "But your Majesty said that as long as I change my mind, I can do whatever I want." "I didn't say that." Tai Butian glared. "But I've already said it." Chu Yang had already pulled the emperor into his arms. Tai Butian's entire body suddenly trembled. It turned out that Chu Yang's hand had already caressed her neck and gently plucked that piece of unfathomable illusion jade off her neck. Instantly, the valiant and heroic young emperor turned into a peerless beauty of unparalleled beauty. Chu Yang's eyes stared at her face without blinking. After a long time, he murmured, "So beautiful." Tai Butian bit her lip and said, "You, don't be too presumptuous. Why aren't you leaving?" Chu Yang had already moved closer to her ear and blew a breath of hot air mischievously. He said softly, "Little Tian Tian, I realize that I've fallen for you." Tai Butian's delicate body trembled. In that instant, even her ears turned as red as agate. "It may be a little fast, but I believe that you can feel it." Chu Yang leaned close to her small earlobe and exhaled gently. That warm breath made Tai Butian's entire body go limp and numb. She heard Chu Yang say, "Because we have a very, very deep foundation." "What foundation?" Tai Butian lowered her head and asked weakly. "The foundation is here." Chu Yang raised his head. "Look up. Here." Tai Butian was perplexed. She couldn't help but raise her head to take a look. However, the moment she did, she instantly realized that a shadow had appeared in front of her. A handsome face had bent down, and a domineering mouth had covered her lips. Chapter 1201. The night was as dark as ink. The lonely lamp was as small as a bean. In the bedroom, a man and a woman hugged each other gently. Tai Butian had been cultivating the icy heart jade bone since she was young. Ever since she gave birth and took the heavenly elixir, she had reached the true icy heart jade bone level. Her heart was exquisite and clear, and she could see through everything, especially when other people's attitudes toward her were hiding something, or when their emotions were truly fluctuating. Tai Butian could sense them clearly. In these few days, Chu Yang had kept a distance from her. Although he would occasionally joke around, it was harmless and he would basically change the topic. Tai Butian was well aware that Chu Yang was looking at her from different angles, whether it was the way she conducted herself or any other aspect. Chu Yang was looking at her. But even so, Tai Butian's pride was aroused. "I know that you want to find a reason to like me because of your son. But do I have to make you like me?" Therefore, Tai Butian didn't give a very positive response to this matter. She just faced it very normally and did what she usually did very normally. She didn't slack off, but she didn't deliberately show it either. If there was anything unusual, it would be that she deliberately showed some temper. However, Chu Yang's gaze was becoming gentler day by day. Although Tai Butian was happy that she was slowly conquering her lover, she also felt a little uncomfortable. She kept feeling as if she was a commodity waiting to be judged on her appearance and everything else. Now, when Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered, Tai Butian had already guessed his intentions. But she kept feeling that it was a little too fast. But she didn't expect that this bastard would hug her after just saying a few words, deceiving her to raise her head, and those domineering lips pressed down on hers. At this moment, her emotions were in complete chaos. Tai Butian's starry eyes were tightly shut. She leaned against Chu Yang's chest. She was half forced to raise her head slightly. Her tender red lips were being ravaged by the man in front of her. Her nose fluttered lightly. Her face was flushed red. Chu Yang's hands, which were gently wrapped around her waist, slowly began to exert force and gradually moved downwards. "No, no." Tai Butian tilted her head fiercely. She avoided Chu Yang's hot lips, only feeling weak all over and almost falling. She supported herself on Chu Yang's chest with her hands and shook her head vigorously. "No, it's too fast." Chu Yang didn't force her. He just hugged her slender waist and said, "What's so fast about it?" Tai Butian shook her head frantically. I'm a little scared." Chu Yang smiled. "Am I very scary?" "I'm not going to eat you." Tai Butian only shook her head. His bright eyes looked into Tai Butian's eyes. His movements were very slow but very resolute. It was clear that he was giving her time to react. "Consider whether you want to accept me or not." As Chu Yang leaned forward, Tai Butian's body slowly leaned back to dodge. She leaned back with all her might. It was almost parallel to the ground. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The ends of her hair actually reached the ground. There was no way to retreat any further. Right now, Tai Butian's 2 feet were on the ground. Her waist bent backward as if it had been broken. If she retreated any further, she would fall to the ground. His lips were less than an inch away from Tai Butian's petal-like lips. The distance between their eyes was less than 2 inches. He asked softly, "Is that okay?" Tai Butian bit her lip and shook her head. Chu Yang asked again. Tai Butian closed her eyes and shook her head. But just as she closed her eyes, she felt her cherry lips being captured again. That bone-piercing taste that she had experienced before once again assaulted her. She couldn't help but feel her head explode again. She only felt the tip of a nimble tongue prying open her red lips after a long time. The Emperor's chest heaved up and down. Her breathing was rapid and her face was flushed. Chu Yang raised his head. Maintaining his original distance, he asked softly, "Is that okay?" Tai Butian turned her head away in embarrassment. What kind of question was this? You're asking if it's okay? If she didn't agree, you kissed her fiercely and then asked if it's okay? If she didn't agree, you kissed her fiercely again. And now you're asking if it's okay? What can I do if it's okay? She only felt a warmth on her lips. This guy was actually pressing his lips against hers again after a long time. She heard Chu Yang ask again softly, "Is that okay?" There was no room for resistance in the face of power. Looks like this guy is bent on making me give an answer. Tai Butian had no choice. She closed her eyes and nodded while her heart was beating like a drum. "That's great." Chu Yang opened his mouth and kissed her again. This time the kiss lasted even longer. The Emperor was head over heels, as if she was in the clouds. But she felt extremely strange. "You asked if it's okay? When I didn't agree, you kissed me. Now that I've nodded, you're still kissing me. What's going on?" After a long time, their lips parted. Tai Butian panted heavily. She finally struggled to stand up straight and asked, "What did you ask just now?" Chu Yang was stunned. "What did you think I asked you?" Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She pinched him fiercely. "Say it." Chu Yang said, "I asked you just now if you felt okay when I kissed you." Suddenly he smacked his lips and said, "Did you think I asked you if it's okay?" Tai Butian was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. "I thought you asked me. No wonder this guy continued to kiss me the moment I shook my head. He thought I didn't feel okay. That's not right. But I've already nodded. Why did you still kiss me?" Tai Butian was puzzled. "That's right. When you nodded, it meant that you felt okay. How can you not try harder? This time, I asked you to continue. Is it okay?" There was a mischievous smile on Chu Yang's face. Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She instantly knew that this guy was purely playing rogue. There was no question of whether it was okay or not. It was true that he was teaching her a lesson. "Chu Yang, let me ask you. You've only looked at me for 3 days. Don't you think this is a little too fast?" Tai Butian asked in a low voice. "I just think it's too slow." Chu Yang said regretfully, "How much time have I wasted?" Tai Butian turned her head and then turned back. She looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes and said softly, "Chu Yang, if there were no children, would you be so fast?" Chu Yang stared into her eyes and said, "What if we had never met? What if we had 17 or 18 children? Tian, no matter what, it didn't happen. It can't be considered. You're such an intelligent girl. Why would you ask such a stupid question? You might as well say that if you were a man." Chu Yang let out a strange laugh. Tai Butian's face was flushed red, but she said gently, "It's my fault. I'm a little petty." Chu Yang looked deeply at her. He smiled and helped her up. Then he helped her to sit down. Tai Butian didn't know what he was going to do. She looked at him blankly. With a flip of his hands, a red candle appeared in Chu Yang's hands. Together with the candlestick, they were arranged neatly. He blew out the light in front of Tai Butian. As the candles lit up, Tai Butian suddenly realized that her room had actually turned into a hazy red color. A thick red carpet had also been laid out on the floor, just like the bridal chamber of newlyweds. Chu Yang had already placed 2 cups of wine on the table. He unfolded a piece of red cloth and said, "Tian Tian, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for the time being, but I'm not going to let you off. So, I'll have to trouble you a little. Tonight, it'll be our bridal chamber night." Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She said angrily, "I didn't agree to marry you. What bridal chamber night?" But her heart was warm. He was understanding of my difficulties after all and didn't force me. Just the sentence of, "you won't be able to leave for the time being," was enough to show how far Chu Yang had thought for her from her position. Chu Yang ignored her and said, "Tonight you're my bride." As he spoke, he took a step forward and covered her head with the red veil. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Chu Yang was a little apologetic. The wedding of an emperor is so simple, but when you're done with the state affairs, we'll hold another wedding for you in the upper 3 heavens. Tai Butian felt both joy and frustration. She wanted to pull down the red veil, but after thinking about it, she didn't. She only felt her hand being held by Chu Yang. She slowly lowered herself to the ground and kowtowed 3 times. She only thought in her heart, "Am I marrying myself off just like that?" Then there was a light in front of her. The red veil was lifted by Chu Yang. A smiling and handsome face was looking at her lovingly. He called out softly, "Mother." Tai Butian lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Then she felt a chill in her hand. A cup of wine was stuffed into her hand. Then she saw Chu Yang's arm around her. He said, "Mother, it's time for us to cross cups." Tai Butian felt like she was a puppet. She had become a bride in a daze, went through the wedding ceremony in a daze, drank wine in a daze, and turned herself into a certain someone's mother in a daze. Everything was under the command of this groom. There was actually such a wedding in the world. There was only the bride and groom. There wasn't even a single spectator. When the ceremony was over, Tai Butian still felt like she was in a daze. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She was still thinking in her heart, Tai Butian, I'm getting married just like that? What she couldn't deny was that the confusion and fear in her heart were far less than the happiness and nervousness. It was as if a huge rock in her heart had been lifted with a thud. From today onwards, I, Tai Butian, am also a woman with a husband and a woman with someone to rely on. Silently, she heaved a long sigh of relief. It was as if all the pressure she had been under since she was born had vanished into thin air at this moment. "Mother." Chu Yang took her hand and held her in his embrace. His 2 eyes looked at her deeply. "Chu Yang, you—" Tai Butian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Wrong. You should call me husband." Chu Yang put on a fierce face. Tai Butian opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She laughed shyly. "What are you laughing at? You're already disrespectful to your husband on your wedding night. See how I'll punish you." Chu Yang pretended to be angry. He slapped hard on the perky bottom of the beauty in his arms. Tai Butian cried out in pain, only to realize that her body was in midair. This foe had already picked her up and was walking step by step toward the big bed. Tai Butian's beautiful eyes were deep. She didn't struggle. She just looked at the face of the man who had just become her husband in a daze. There was a faint, blissful smile on her lips. Her body was gently placed on the bed. She had just felt the warmth of the blanket when her vision darkened. Chu Yang was already on top of her. Tai Butian wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Her mouth had already been sealed tightly. Her hands had just moved a little when they were restrained. Her legs had just moved a little when they were also pinned down. It was a complete suppression. Then, a soft sound came from her chest. That was one of her buttons being undone. The next chapter was a little later. It wasn't to whet everyone's appetite. It was just that this pushover scene was really the most troublesome thing for writers. It was too difficult to control the limits. Once they went overboard and were reported, they would be in big trouble. Especially now that they were in the midst of a crackdown, they had to be even more cautious. But but when my temper flares up, I just don't want to let it go. So for today's plot, I even specially argued with the editor several times last night and this morning. So I have to be very careful about what I write next, all along. We've been a big target of reports. Back then, a fantasy book was reported hundreds of times, because it created a record of being reported. That was the evil monarch from another world that I wrote. Damn it, the second chapter will be late. Everyone, please understand. Chapter 1202. Tai Batian looked at Chu Yang and felt her outer robe being undone. She became more and more shy, but, surprisingly, she didn't move at all. She just looked at Chu Yang tenderly at her man. She didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes was as if she had already said 1,000 words. She wanted to give her best side to her lover. It was just that simple and only that simple. Tai Butian's position in herself had always been very accurate. In front of the court officials, she was the emperor of a generation. No one could question the majesty of an emperor, and no one dared to offend her. If anyone did, they would be struck down like lightning. In front of her son, she was a mother. No status or position could affect her heart as a mother. In front of Chu Yang, she was a wife, a woman whose heart belonged to someone else. Talk about the status of an emperor or being below tens of thousands of people. None of these were necessary. Tai Batian also knew that her status as an emperor might be high and mighty to ordinary people, but to Chu Yang it really wasn't much. However, even if Chu Yang didn't care, Tai Batian wasn't willing to show any power or authority in front of the man she loved deeply. Tai Batian had always believed in one sentence: life was too short. These 4 short words were actually all-encompassing. Any meaning was summarized in these words. But now that she was so cooperative, Chu Yang felt that something was wrong. He pressed on top of her and asked, "Why are you so quiet?" "You're so obedient. It makes me feel a little embarrassed." Tai Batian hugged Chu Yang's head, her eyes sparkling like spring water. Suddenly, she looked up and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek. She said gently, "Since we've already gone through the wedding ceremony, then Chu Yang is Tian Tian's husband. Since Tian Tian has a husband, her husband is her everything. Then, of course, I have to listen to my husband. If my husband wants little Tian Tian, how would little Tian Tian dare to disobey my husband?" Chu Yang pursed his lips and chuckled. "You're the one who said that. You'll listen to everything I say, okay?" Tai Butian's beautiful hair spread out like dark clouds on the pillow. Her swan-like, beautiful neck raised slightly, and she bravely looked up to meet Chu Yang's gaze. She murmured, "Chu Yang, husband." Although the voice was low, Chu Yang could clearly hear it. The woman beneath him had a kind of wholeheartedly giving, relying on, loving, and relying on him wholeheartedly. This murmur was like a bugle call to charge. Chu Yang's blood was boiling. He lowered his head abruptly, and the lips on all 4 sides came together. Tai Batian shuddered all over. She could only feel a pair of hands that were like slithering snakes. Suddenly, his hand reached under her clothes. When his palm came into contact with her delicate skin, she couldn't help but tremble. His hands slowly moved forward, as if he was feeling something. It was as if he was a brave explorer who was advancing towards the peak. She pursed her lips tightly, resisting the strange throbbing in her heart that she had never felt before. She gritted her teeth. When they finally reached the highest point, Tai Batian couldn't help but let out a moan. Her flower-like toes suddenly straightened. Chu Yang went all the way down. She felt the clothes on her body slowly being removed. Slowly, her wonderful body was already exposed to Chu Yang's gaze. Tai Batian closed her eyes tightly. No matter what Chu Yang said, she refused to open them. She was like a pile of fragrant mud that he could do whatever he wanted with her, but her heart. Suddenly, a kind of fear rose in her heart. She suddenly recalled the time when she cured Chu Yang's poison in the mountains of beyond the Heaven Sect. At that time, it was as if she was going to be torn apart. She really didn't have the courage to endure that kind of intense pain. She had to endure it again. A long time had passed since the incident. The moment she thought about it, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Plus, there was still lingering fear in her heart. This time it wouldn't be as painful as before, right? Logically speaking, in the palace, no matter if it was the emperor or the princess, after reaching a certain age, they would all have a special nanny. It was also a rule in the palace to teach them some things about human relations. No matter which plane it was, there was no doubt that such a rule existed. But although Tai Butian was a girl, she had been raised as a son since she was young. The old people from back then had all been executed. As Tai Butian's authority grew day by day, who would dare to tell her these things? Besides, Tai Butian was already the master of the entire Iron Cloud nation back then. When the world was at peace, Tai Butian had already swiftly got married and even had a child. Who would be so blind as to explain these matters between men and women to an emperor who already had children? Wouldn't that be courting death? If they didn't understand, where did the child come from? So until now, Tai Butian was still in a daze. She only had a rough idea. As for the specific feelings, she didn't know anything at all. The only memory she had was that time when she cured Chu Yang's poison. It was so painful that she almost died. She felt a chill on her body, and the last of her undergarments left her body. Rustling sounds could be heard. It should be Chu Yang taking off his clothes. One had to admit that the speed at which Minister Chu took off his clothes was extremely fast. With a swoosh, it was clean and smooth. Then he pounced on her at such a critical moment. Tai Butian recalled the excruciating pain that made her wish she was dead. She suddenly bent her legs and curled up like a big prawn. Ayo! Minister Chu was full of desire as he pounced on her. He had intended to embrace her in his arms, and in the next moment, who would have thought that at this critical moment, the beauty beneath him who had allowed him to do whatever he pleased would suddenly change her position? With a thud, 2 knees hit her lower abdomen. She was stunned at once. What's wrong? Chu Yang felt like his whole body was about to explode. How could he stop at such a critical moment? I'm scared. Tai Butian covered her face pitifully. At this moment, she didn't have the demeanor of a queen descending to the world. What are you scared of? Chu Yang was very puzzled. Pain. Tai Butian muttered softly. Pain. Chu Yang fainted. Tai Butian buried her head in the pillow and said like a mosquito, the last time the antidote, it hurt so much. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. He said seductively, I promise it won't hurt at all this time. I don't believe you. She buried her head in the pillow and shook it vigorously. Try it, and you'll believe me. He continued to seduce her. I'm scared. Come, don't. Tai Butian curled up her body with all her might, like a quail that had curled up into a ball. Chu Yang was at loggerheads, but there was nothing he could do for a moment. In the end, he finally couldn't take it any more. He leaped up, no longer caring about the order of things. He directly moved his hands up and down, forcefully flipping this graceful body over. He opened his mouth and covered her red lips tightly, preventing any sound of protest from coming out of Tai Butian's mouth. This didn't seem like a tender and sweet bridal room, but more like a real overlord forcing himself on her. Both of them were gasping for breath. Only when he really couldn't take it any more did Chu Yang release his mouth. After pausing for a while, he sealed her lips again. Tai Butian only felt that her body was slowly heating up as a pair of strange hands wandered around everywhere. A strange feeling slowly rose up. Slowly, her tensed body started to relax without her noticing. After a long time, Tai Butian let out a muffled groan. 3 million words omitted here cough. If I continue writing, I'll have to go to work for the government. The taste of this night was really indescribable. Until a long, long time later, when Tai Butian's best friend, Wu Qianqian, Asked about the taste of today, Tai Butian was still so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole to hide her face. Because she didn't know anything, she naturally thought that whatever Chu Yang said should be absolutely correct, and she just had to do as he said. Therefore, Minister Chu had exerted himself to the limit that night. Minister Chu enjoyed all kinds of strange and unacceptable things, one after another. Before they reached, Her Majesty had already begged for mercy. But after that, she realized that the other party was even more aggressive, and, from this night onwards, as long as the two of them were together, tonight's events would repeat and repeat, all the way until many, many years later, when she was with her sisters, and they were all familiar with each other. They talked about those embarrassing things. It was only then that Tai Butian knew that all those methods and techniques that this damned bastard had used on her all these years were actually very unbearable, in short, very taboo. One time, after drinking wine, Wu Qianqian and the others asked about it. The ladies laughed at her for a long time, causing Sword Master Chu to be disliked by the embarrassed Her Majesty for a long time. But at that time, many years had already passed since then. One night passed. The night was short, and the sun rose high. From then on, the emperor didn't attend morning court. The officials who were waiting for morning court had already waited for a long time, but Her Majesty still didn't appear. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Her Majesty had always been diligent in her work. Such a situation had never happened before since she ascended the throne. There was even one time when she had a high fever and forced herself to attend morning court, but she was still persuaded to go back by the officials. But today was really strange. Her Majesty actually didn't even greet her. The sun had already risen, but Her Majesty didn't move at all. Thus, all the officials begged Lord Feng, the head steward of the imperial palace, to go and ask. As everyone knew, Her Majesty's bedroom was strictly forbidden from outsiders. The security was so tight that it was beyond any other emperor. Not to mention the palace maids, even the guards were all women. Even the eunuchs were not allowed to take a step into the bedroom. With regards to this request, Minister Feng Qiliang also felt awkward. He stood outside the bedroom and asked a palace maid to go and ask while he waited. After a long time, the palace maid came out and said, "Morning court is adjourned today." When the news came back, everyone was relieved. Although they were still a little puzzled, there was an explanation after all, so they dispersed in twos and threes. In the bedroom, Chu Yang was lying down comfortably, hugging a soft and white jade-like body. His face was full of comfort. "I said it doesn't hurt, right?" Someone said proudly. Her voice was like a cat's. "Go to sleep, it's not early anymore." He didn't rest for the whole night. Not early anymore? I have to go to morning court, oh no. Tai Butian hurriedly sat up, but the moment her body moved, she immediately fell back down with a groan. Only then did she realize that she had no strength at all, as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. "I've already rejected the morning court for you. Just when we were doing that, you didn't hear it. Didn't you notice that I covered your mouth at that time?" Someone laughed evilly. "You damn it." Chapter 1203. This night, Chu Yang was simply like a dream or a fantasy. Even until now, he still felt like he was dreaming. He really didn't expect that Tai Butian, as the empress of a generation, would actually be completely clueless about what happened under the bed. She hadn't even heard of it before. Therefore, this night was completely led by Chu Yang. No matter what Chu Yang said, she only needed to say, "Isn't this how it is between husband and wife?" This was very normal, so Tai Butian did as she was told. And she was even afraid that she didn't do a good job and couldn't serve him as well as other women serve their husbands. She was still very nervous and asked Chu Yang shyly, "Can I?" Chu Yang had an extremely comfortable night, and it was also extremely satisfying. But now that the passion had subsided, Tai Butian fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, Chu Yang's heart suddenly became heavy. Tai Butian didn't understand, and Chu Yang found it strange. But when he thought carefully about Tai Butian's background, he completely understood. This empress of a generation who dominated the world, an unparalleled beauty. Behind that limitless glory was an extremely tragic background and a pressure that was as heavy as heaven and earth. She, although limitless glory, she was really very pitiful. Because of politics, she lost her mother, sister, and all her relatives. Because of war, she lost her father. Because of the kingdom's politics, she had no friends. Because of the pressure, she had no childhood. And now, because of him, she first gave herself and then hid her love. She even became a single mother. If it were any other woman, even if she was mentally strong, she would probably have broken down long ago. But Tai Butian bore it all alone, all the way until now. Chu Yang looked at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. That completely relaxed and unreserved expression of trust made his heart ache. In this life, ever since he became the empress, how many days of bliss had she had? Even during that period of time when she had feelings for him and developed feelings for him, she probably didn't feel much sweetness. Because at that time, he still didn't know that she was a woman. Naturally, he also didn't know that there was a young girl's heart beating for him. Or maybe there was. At the moment when the child was in his arms. Or maybe now, after he came here. After everything was revealed, when she felt that his heart was open to her. Unfortunately, even if there was, it was also so little and so short. What could he give her? Chu Yang sighed lightly. He pulled Tai Butian's delicate body into his arms again and lowered his head. Looking at this peaceful and blissful face, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the tip of that perky nose again. Tai Butian murmured and moved a little in his arms. Her rosy lips moved a little, but she didn't open her eyes. She merely shifted into a more comfortable position. She continued to sleep soundly on his shoulder. Tai Butian slept all the way until noon. In all these years, there had never been a night where he could sleep as comfortably and relaxed as tonight. He didn't even have a single dream the entire night. When he woke up, he blinked his sleepy eyes and was about to get up when he suddenly realized that he was still naked. Tai Butian was completely naked. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she recalled the events of last night. Tai Butian's starry eyes flickered as she bit her lip in embarrassment. She spat lightly. Seeing that Chu Yang had fallen asleep right beside her, Tai Butian's heart was suddenly filled with boundless happiness and satisfaction. This bastard, truly fierce. Last night, he made her throw away her armor. She couldn't help but feel like biting Chu Yang when she recalled all those strange positions and methods that Chu Yang had suggested. But when she lowered her head, it turned into a light kiss. I, Tai Butian, can be considered a complete and happy woman from today onwards, looking at the red candles on the table and the red carpet on the floor. Tai Butian's gaze became blurry. For the first time in more than 10 years, this was the first time she had such thoughts of, the bed is so comfortable, I don't want to get out of bed. She felt extremely sluggish and couldn't help but want to lie down again. Right at this moment, she saw Chu Yang's tightly shut eyes move, as if he was about to wake up. Tai Butian hurriedly put her head back to its original position and closed her eyes. This fellow had indeed woken up. Actually, he had already woken up when Tai Butian woke up. But he just pretended not to open his eyes. Opening his eyes, Chu Yang muttered to himself, "This pretty girl hasn't woken up yet. What a little pig." Tai Butian closed her eyes and scolded in her heart, "You're the pig." But she felt a chill on her body. Someone had lifted the blanket and was looking at her body wantonly. Tai Butian didn't dare to open her eyes anymore. What a pretty little pig. Someone muttered to himself. Tai Butian felt a pair of hands roaming around her body again. This pair of hands seemed to have magical powers. Wherever they went, there would be a scorching heat. Although her eyes were still closed, her face was already flushing uncontrollably. She hasn't woken up yet. That's good. I'll secretly do it first, someone muttered to himself. The next moment, Tai Butian felt someone gently climb up her body again. And then, "What are you doing?" The emperor opened her eyes hurriedly, somewhat flustered. Her body was still limp from last night. Why was he doing it again? Chu Yang was already on top of her body. With a lewd smile, he said, "Your Majesty, I'm here to serve you." Outside the Forbidden City, in Prime Minister Wang's house, Her Majesty has adjourned the morning court. The senile Prime Minister Wang sat on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. His cloudy eyes stared blankly at his feet as he muttered these words to himself. Opposite him were 4 men in blue. One of them chuckled and said, "She didn't attend the morning court?" "Old man Wang, you're not telling the truth. Don't forget, your whole family's bloodline is in my hands." "I know this. You don't have to remind me again and again." Prime Minister Wang panted tiredly and said angrily, "I've already told you all about the important matters of the court. I didn't hide anything." The man in blue snorted and clapped his hands. Another man in blue walked in. The new one was the new butler of Prime Minister Wang's residence. "Wang, and how's the palace?" The man in blue narrowed his small eyes into a line. "There are 4 people in the palace. We suddenly lost contact with 3 of them. Now, only 7th Madam is here." Wang said respectfully, "Of the 3, one of them suddenly disappeared in the afternoon the day before yesterday. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen for the whole day yesterday. 7th Madam found out about this situation and immediately informed me. Until now, there's still no news. It seems, if I'm not wrong, they should have been killed." "Not bad, not bad. You're really good." The leading white-haired man in blue laughed softly. "You're indeed the sword master. This move is really good, really neat." Another man in blue said, 3 martial monarchs are gone without anyone noticing." Everyone's complexion became heavy. They looked at each other. Then the white-haired, blue-robed man said, "If they're gone, then they're gone. Compared to our grand plan, the death of 3 martial monarchs is nothing. Moreover, it's worth it since we've probed the real situation. So it's true this time." The others nodded solemnly. "How's Lanro now?" The white-haired old man suddenly raised his head and asked. "Duke Lanroy is now living in the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion." The man in blue said the Grand Duke has already made preparations. He's prepared to befriend this person at all costs. "Yes, quickly inform the Grand Duke." At the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, a blue-clothed young man with delicate features, a tall stature, and a tranquil and confident expression was walking out. If the people of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens were to see him, they would certainly be shocked. This young man was the first-in-line successor of the Lan clan, one of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens, the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Lan clan, Grand Duke Lanroy. Lanroy, 28 years old. He could be said to be a dazzling new star in the Lan clan. Even among the younger generation of the big clans, he was one of the best. Among the younger generation of the big clans, he was ranked 3rd. Lanroy, at the age of 3, completed the Martial Artist Foundation establishment. At the age of 5, he killed people with a sword. At the age of 7, he reached the Martial Grandmaster level. At the age of 11, he reached the Martial Revered level. At the age of 14, he reached the Martial King level. At the age of 10, he reached the Martial Monarch level. At the age of 24, he was already a Martial Saint. Although this was due to the huge amount of resources from the Lan clan, his own talent and aptitude were also outstanding. At the age of 24, he became a Martial Saint and was ranked 3rd in the land of the Grand Dukes. At the age of 28, he was already an 8th grade Martial Saint. According to Lanroy's own estimation, the amount of heavenly treasures he had consumed since he was young could fill up 3 rooms. The number 1 expert of the younger generation of the Lan clan, the wisest, the most talented, and the number 1 cultivation maniac. For such a young descendant, the Lan clan would naturally provide all the best resources without any regard for their own lives. Furthermore, they would always carry out the most important missions. Just like this time, When Lan Macian accidentally discovered the divine dragon footprints of the Tribulation Swordmaster, the Lan clan sent this #1 expert of the younger generation to carry out this mission. If there was only one person in the Lan clan who was qualified to become friends with the Tribulation Swordmaster and become one of the Tribulations, then this person would undoubtedly be Lan Rua. The Lan clan was working on 2 fronts. Firstly, they would be on alert in the upper 3 heavens and wait for news from the lower 3 heavens. If Lan Rua could pass on good news, then the Lan clan would get in touch with the Li clan immediately. The 2 clans would join forces and break off relations with the other 7 big clans. For 10,000 years of glory, the Li clan could disregard everything. The Lan clan was also willing to take the risk. When Lan Rua walked out of the room, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This place is not bad. It is really not bad. There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is elegant. That king of hell, Chu, has good taste. I heard that this place was built by that Guduxing from the Gu clan of the upper 3 heavens. Not bad. It's really a good place.